Good morning, colleagues. I'm delighted to ask Arya Jaya from the Cambridge Buddhist Centre to lead us in thoughts this morning.
Thank you. So good morning. I'm going to read this morning the Karaniya Metta Sutta, which is the Buddha's words on loving kindness. But just to help us be receptive to the words, I thought we'd just do a little bit of mindful recollection. So standing, if you could just perhaps, you might want to close your eyes or lower your gaze and feel the contact of your feet on the floor. Perhaps just being aware of the whole body standing here. Being aware of your breath. Just coming in and out of the body. And maybe checking in with what we might call your emotional weather today. So, how are you today? And I'll offer these words from the Buddha. The Karaniya Metta Sutta. This is what should be done by one who is skilled in goodness and who knows the path of peace. Let them be able and upright, straightforward and gentle in speech, humble and not conceited, contented and easily satisfied, unburdened with duties and frugal in their ways, peaceful and calm and wise and skillful, not proud or demanding in nature. Let them not do the slightest thing that the wise would later reprove. Wishing, in gladness and in safety, may all beings be at ease. Whatever living beings there may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the mighty, medium, short or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and to be born, may all beings be at ease. Let none deceive another or despise any being in any state. Let none through anger or ill will wish harm upon another. Even as a mother protects with her life her child, her only child, so with a boundless heart should one cherish all living beings, radiating kindness over the entire world, spreading upwards to the skies and downwards to the depths, outwards and unbounded, freed from hatred and ill will, whether standing or walking, seated or lying down, free from drowsiness, one should sustain this recollection. This is said to be the sublime abiding, by not holding to fixed views, the pure-hearted one having clarity of vision, being freed from all sense desires, is not born again in this world.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues.
That's a great question. Thank you so much for coming.
Right, let's get started. I have apologies from Councillors Clapp, Kenny, Van der Kerkhoff, Walsh. Any others? Apologies for lateness from Councillor Reynolds. No, he's not coming. He sends his apologies. Good. Councillor Count.
Yes, I believe Councillor Adrian Dent won't be with us.
Councillor Dent. Thank you for that. The first item on the agenda is the minutes. Do I have your consent to agree the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of July as a correct record? Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a few announcements to make today. First of all, I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council. You are most welcome, and I hope you find the meeting of interest. Cambridgeshire County Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. This meeting is being live streamed to the web and to the County Council's YouTube channel. I would like to highlight this to members of the public, that they may be filmed as part of this meeting, and this will appear on the web. Can I ask all members and members of the public to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate during the course of the meeting? It is with very great regret that I must report to Council the death of County Councillor Sandra Rylance. Sandra served on the County Council since 2013, representing the Chatteris division on behalf of UKIP. During her time on the Council, Sandra was appointed Chairwoman of Adults Committee, a role in which she excelled and in which she was respected by all members who worked alongside her. I, together with many colleagues present today, attended Sandra's funeral service, which took place at Muchwood Burial Ground in Ramsey on August the 24th. I would now like to invite the leaders of the groups or their nominees to say a few words, and I would like to start with Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. Sandra unfortunately passed away in her sleep in the early hours of Thursday, the 12th of August this year, at the Arthur Rank Hospice in Cambridge. She became unwell in May of this year, and to lose her in such a short space of time is a great loss to us all. Sandra was a tremendous lady who cared passionately about people, and she would always put the needs of others before those of herself. She was selfless to the extreme, dedicated to serving the people of Chatteris, and one of the most loving, trustworthy, loyal, honest and reliable people it has ever been my privilege to know. She was a respected and admired member of the County Council and will be sorely missed by both fellow councillors and officers. Sandra served on the General Purposes Committee, the Health Committee, the Health and Wellbeing Board, the Staffing and Appeals Committee, the Fire Authority, and the Fire Authority Policy and Resources Committee. As you've already said, she was also chair of the Adults Committee. Sandra will be missed by everyone who had the pleasure to know her, and her passing is a great loss to both this council and to the people of Chatteris, who she represented so well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. It's with great sadness that our group heard the news that Councillor Sandra Rylance was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Elected in May 2013, she was perhaps a councillor many of us had known for only a relatively short period of time. But in that time, it was obvious that her deep well of compassion and ability to engage with everybody made her a good councillor. She had a natural talent for making friends, and although she was a different political persuasion to us over here, that was no barrier to making many firm friends in this group, as she did amongst all of the council. In addition to all of the work Sandra was already committed to, she took on the role as chair of Adults Committee, and that is no small task. And yet she relished it, and she stepped up to the plate very easily, taking it all in her stride. Our condolences go out to her, her family, her close friends, for the loss that they've suffered. And we also believe that the people of Chatteris, Cambridgeshire, and this council has also suffered a loss in Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I was extremely sorry to hear of Sandra's illness in the summer and her subsequent death. I worked closely with Sandra on the Health and Wellbeing Board and on the Fire Authority. Given that we might have been considered to come from different ends of the political spectrum, I began by being surprised at how often I was in agreement with Sandra. As I got to know her better, it was no longer a surprise. Sandra was always keen to stand up for those on the front line. She was a great champion of the importance of supporting carers, having spent her own life, much of her own life as a carer, and her work championing the importance of carers on the Health and Wellbeing Board was very much valued. On the Fire Authority, she was always keen to promote the importance of the firefighters on the front line, and she spent a lot of time getting to know the firefighters in her Chatteris fire station. She will be much missed on this council. She was a great asset to this chamber, and I'm just extremely sorry that she was here for such a brief time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Now, we in the Labour group were hugely saddened to hear about the death of Sandra. She was not only a very warm colleague here, she was also became very good as a friend. I didn't have the privilege of working on a committee with her, but when I met her, I was immediately struck by, how shall I say, the way she carried herself. She exuded a quiet determination. And I think, although she's no longer with us, I think the love she had for her family and the good things she would have done for her community and also for the people of Cambridgeshire will live on. And I just want to emphasise, yet again, we've lost another councillor. And as she joined in 2013, like I think about half of us, she's one of the new girls who has left us prematurely. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hipkin.
Chair, such are the vagaries of politics that the scale of an unexpected and unanticipated victory can thrust relatively inexperienced councillors into positions of heavy responsibility. Well, this is what happened to Sandra in assuming the chair of the Adults Committee, serving on the General Purposes Committee and on other committees. Despite her inexperience, nothing daunted, Sandra took on those roles with skill and patience, and in so doing won the confidence and respect of those who served with her. The independent group wishes to express its profound sadness at her passing and to send our condolences to her friends and family.
Thank you. It is also with great sadness that I announce that Bob Tuckwell died peacefully, aged 69, on the 6th of August. Bob's funeral was held on the 4th of September at the Cambridge Crematorium and was attended by many former colleagues and friends. Bob, often described as a true gentleman, worked for Cambridgeshire County Council for more than 25 years as our strategic transport advisor and only retired in December due to ill health, following a long and distinguished career as one of the Council's most committed and respected officers. The Council's thoughts are with both Sandra and Bob's families, friends and colleagues at this very sad time. May I ask Council to stand in memory of Sandra and Bob. Thank you. As members will be aware, Mark Lloyd, our Chief Executive for the last 7.5 years, will be leaving the Council at the end of this month to become the Chief Executive of the Local Government Association. During his time in Cambridgeshire, Mark has worked with 5 different council leaders and very closely with the leaders of all the political groups to support the Council through the hardest financial years in living memory. He has also elegantly supported the Council with its move to no overall control and the introduction of the committee system of governance. Despite the financial pressures, The Council, under his leadership, has responded innovatively, driving up service standards, supporting economic and population growth, and driven efficiency through the largest shared service arrangement in the country. We are hugely grateful to him for his stewardship of the Council since March 2008 and wish him well in his new job. And of course, we trust that Cambridgeshire's interests will be very well represented through the LGA in the future. So I would now like to invite leaders of the groups or their nominees to say a few words. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. Mark Floyd was the Chief Executive when I arrived at Cambridgeshire County Council, and I'm sure many will have longer memories of him and insights going over a number of few years that I can't share. But I'd like to pass on some insights of mine and my group. And the first thing I'd like to do is say thank you. Thank you for all your support you've shown me as leader, and also thank you for the support you showed me before I was leader. And it's been absolutely invaluable. The past few years, as the Chairman rightly says, has been seen a succession of funding cuts that has made the delivery of public services ever more difficult. And Mark's firm grip on the tiller has piloted us through a course that may be trickier than others through efficiency and sharing, but it has led to less effect on the front line. The creation of LGSS, which is the UK's largest public service provider, is a milestone for us, and I think credit lays where credit is due. Not only that, the City deal where Mark empowered officers and motivated councillors to land that at £500 million is the envy of everyone in the country. And those are two of the more recent highlights of Mark's career here at Cambridgeshire, and people associate them with Mark. However, in my dealings, I'd like to reflect more on the personal nature of Mark, how he's dedicated to serving the public. And his caring nature would be subsumed if only the big ticket items were mentioned. In all my meetings with Mark, the strong sense of belief in improving public service has been at the forefront of all of his decision making, and his care for the public is genuine. I believe the combination of his excellent management skills, people management, and his desire to facilitate change for the better are what have led him to be the obvious choice for the new Chief Executive at Local Government Association. And whilst I realise that our loss will be their gain, we should all take comfort from the fact that we will have a strong friend representing us. And Cambridgeshire, the LGA does need to have somebody like that, because they need to have a strong and organised voice in the coming years ahead. Not only can Mark ensure that will happen, but at a time when devolution, cuts to funding and adult social care issues are so high up on the agenda, I know it would be beneficial for us and the country to have Mark helping achieve all that. With that, I'd like to send Mark and his family on the latest direction, the latest journey in his career, with the very best wishes of all in our group. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, I believe you're speaking for the Liberal Democrat group.
I've known Mark for 8 years. In fact, I'm the only surviving member in this chamber of the Appointments Committee that made the job offer way back. Okay, so we go back some time. And as group leader in those days, I obviously worked very closely with him. It was a different world. The debate at budget time was whether or not we put council tax up by 4% or 5%. The other side of the debate was how much is the government grant going to go up? None of this 2% and cuts. It is a different world now. And of course, as Steve said, we now have the committee system. We've made the transition. It was a tad more gladiatorial in those days. Mark's been a good guy to work with, both when I was group leader and when I was just an ordinary backbencher. And what's made him good is his accessibility. He's not a chief executive that hides behind PAs. He answers his own emails. He can be counted upon to respond quickly to a phone call. He's a good man to have on the tiller of a large organisation. He's had his record of successes, no doubt, and Steve has summarised them. And I do worry, as we emphasise time and again the city deal, there's a lot of councillors around here that are not from Cambridge City. There are other parts of the county as well. So I think we could perhaps balance that with the LEP and what is happening in North the county associated with that. He's been the engineer that's facilitated these things to develop. I would wish him all the best in the future. Yes, he is going to be our man at the LGA. We will count on him, and I will expect him to continue to answer his phone. Good luck for the future, Mark, and thanks for what you've done.
Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad I didn't write anything down to say because most of it's already been said. But my personal impression of Mark Lloyd is he's probably one of the most efficient and likeable civil servants I've ever met. And I'll dwell on the civil bit. He is an outright gentleman. He shows no favour he shows the same favour to all of us without any difference whatsoever. And I'm very grateful for the welcoming he gave to me and to my group when we first elected to this council in 2013. I've enjoyed our one-to-one meetings we've had as group leader, where there are no holds barred in any of our conversations, and unfortunately I can't repeat any of them in this environment today. But needless to say, I admire and respect him. I was grateful for the advice he gave me and the council he gave me and to my group. I'm sure that the LGA's gain will be this council's loss, despite the fact that I've sat opposite Mark in many staffing and appeals meetings and tried to cut both his post and his salary without success. He's never held that against me personally. The one warning I would give him, of course, is that once he gets to the LGA, one of the deputies there is Councillor Reeve, and I wish you the very best in the future. In your dealings with him, perhaps you will then realise some of the problems I've had as group leader in the past. But both myself and my group wish you all the very best, Mark, and I'm sure we will see you in Whitehall in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes, when we joined, we new councillors, we had an induction Mark conducted extremely well and professionally. But during that induction, he revealed to us that we councillors were his employer. And I don't know if it's because I'm a slow learner. It's over 2 years into the role, I still haven't quite figured out the nature of the relationship. And I was pondering on this, and I thought, what I need to do is go and look at some past episodes of Yes, Minister. Those who know that programme will understand what I'm talking about. I think the professional accomplishments have already been stated. It must have been very difficult, and it still is very difficult for Mark to be in his role in these very difficult, austere times. But I think in my experience of working in a number of occupations, big organisations, one of the things I've always respected is the ability of leaders to do personal things, to sort of take into account the lives of the people who work with them. And I'll just mention that I'm very, very pleased that Mark's birthday is in July. And the reason for that is that when the Tour de France came here, Mark couldn't attend a Tour de France event. And he delegated me, in my role as cycle champ, to attend this event. And I met, at that event, some of my lifelong heroes, Bernardino, Raymond Poulidor, and Barry Hoban. So I'm very, very grateful for that, Mark. And I hope when you are going to your new place of work, you will continue to use your bicycle.
Thank you. Councillor Hipkin.
I think one of Mark's great qualities is that he has the ability to make everybody, whether fellow professionals or members, to make them feel valued. I can remember that there were one or two occasions on which latecomers to meetings at which he was presiding, he would very carefully welcome them, and he would summarize the discussion thus far and put them at their ease so they felt that they hardly missed anything. They probably hadn't missed very much. And I can remember too the occasions on which, as a newly elected councillor to this council, we had a couple of one-to-one conversations. I, as group leader, attended on that sort of ritual basis, but they were not ritual occasions. They were warmly interpersonal, and again, I had this strong feeling that Mark was endowing me with the responsibilities and the equality of making decisions and sharing those decisions with him, and I was extremely grateful for that. So we wish him well. We hope you have a very successful stint in Smith Square, and I shall be visiting you from time to time.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. I wonder, colleagues, if we might give our departing Chief Executive a round of applause. Thank you. As members will know, John Onslow, our Service Director for Infrastructure Management and Operations in the Economy, Transport and Environment, will be retiring at the end of November after 36 years in local government. On behalf of current and past councillors, I would like to thank John for all his years of service and to wish him a long and happy retirement. I am delighted to report that the ICT service has earned their 6th consecutive accreditation from Capita as a supporter for schools for the implementation and ongoing support for the company's SIMS. On behalf of the Council, I would like to congratulate all colleagues in the ICT service for earning this valuable commercial accreditation for its work. Council will wish to note that on the 1st of August 2015, the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough coronial jurisdictions merged following a statutory instrument laid in Parliament. The senior coroner for the whole new area is David Hemming, who was previously senior coroner for Peterborough. Cambridgeshire County Council will be the lead authority in delivering the coroner's support service. I'm delighted to report that I recently had the honour to attend 2 royal visits to Cambridgeshire. On Tuesday, the 16th of September, I welcomed Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal on behalf of Cambridgeshire when she visited the Welding Institute at Granta Park, Great Abington, Cambridgeshire, to officially open TWI headquarters. And on Thursday, the 1st of October, His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester visited Cambridge University Library and indeed Hinchingbrook School, where he opened the Royal Library exhibition. Finally, members will be aware that Councillor Steve van Kerkhoff has been seriously unwell in recent weeks, but as a result of the quality care received at Addenbrooke's, I am pleased to report he is slowly recovering. Steve thanks you all for your individual good wishes, but I propose sending him a collective get well message on behalf of the entire Council. I'm sure all members will wish to join with me in wishing him a very speedy recovery. Thank you. That concludes the Chairman's announcements for today. The next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting. Members need only declare disclosable pecuniary or non-statutory disclosable interests if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. When declaring interests, members should indicate the item to which the interest relates, whether the interest is a disclosable pecuniary or non-statutory disclosable interest, and explain briefly the nature of the interest and how it relates to the item in question. Members should inform the monitoring officer of any disclosable pecuniary interest which is not currently registered within 28 days of this meeting. If a member does not declare such an interest now, he or she must remember to declare it before speaking on a relevant item. May I have any declarations now, please? The next item on the agenda is petitions, which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received, so we move on to the next item, which is public questions. This allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of 2 questions, the contents of which have been circulated to all members. Could I ask, please, Mr. Philip Peacock, Huntingdon Town Council's clerk, to come forward and ask the first question?
Chairman, members of council and officers, thank you for allowing me to ask this question. It is a simple, straightforward question. Why has the General Purposes Committee declined to transfer the freehold of the Cromwell Museum Huntingdon to Huntingdon Town Council? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for raising the question. The County Council is of the view that the most important objective of the discussions with the Town Council was to come to an arrangement that would secure the future of the museum dedicated to the life of Oliver Cromwell for the long term, for the people of Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire and the country. The General Purposes Committee at its meeting had some reservations regarding the possible interpretations that could be placed on the covenants suggested for a freehold transfer and the ability to enforce them. In an effort to satisfy all interests, and notwithstanding the fact that further information has since become available, at that time they believed that the best way forward was best way to achieve that was by the grant of a 999-year lease. If you may indulge me, Chairman, I'm aware that this will be an agenda item later on, and there is a proposal coming forward. So I was wondering, in an effort to help that discussion, if I could ask the question of the Town Clerk, would you be able to confirm that Huntingdon Town Council would be willing to accept a freehold transfer if the covenant was restricted to a public museum dedicated to the life of Oliver Cromwell?
Thank you, Councillor Count. Mr. Peacock, it's unusual to have a member ask a public questioner a question, but it has happened now. You don't have to answer if you don't wish to, but you may wish to. In any case, you do have a minute to speak.
Chairman, thank you, and thank Councillor Count for the question. As Town Clerk, I am used to being asked questions, and I can confirm on behalf of Huntingdon Town Council, we are willing to accept that condition that the museum be dedicated to Oliver Cromwell if the freehold is transferred to the Town Council.
Thank you for answering the question. Did you have a supplementary question of your own that you'd perhaps like to ask Councillor Count?
Oh.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure we would be very happy if you passed on our best wishes to the Town Council as well. Thank you very much indeed for your question. Can I now ask, please, Robert Kenneth Pugh from the Friends of the Cromwell Museum to come forward and ask his question.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Bob Pugh. I'm a Huntingdon resident and a member of the Friends of the Cromwell Museum, Huntingdon. And like Philip, I'd like to thank the Council for having procedures that allow questions to be raised. My question is this: can the Chairman of the County Council's General Purposes Committee give any reassurances that the County Council will not abandon the Cromwell Museum until its future and that of any emerging trust is secured? We recognise the efforts of many, including county councillors and staff over the past 20 months, and especially by the sound of it over the last couple of weeks. We note that the Town Council offered one solution in July 2014, which was supported by several of your councillors, including those on your own Cromwell Museum Management Committee, albeit not supported by the very recent decision of the GPC. Even before the decision, we were in great danger of running out of time for the new trust to be in a position to retain accreditation, to be registered as a charity, and to unlock appropriate funding for the museum to be secure and viable before the beginning of the next financial year, as desired by this council. We remind the council of the importance of the museum and the 4,000 or so members of Cambridgeshire residents who signed a petition presented in February 2014 against the County Council's proposal for the planned closure until another viable operator took responsibility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Robert. The County Council is fully supporting the establishment of a trust to run the museum service in future, which has now appointed 5 trustees. Whilst we acknowledge the timescale is challenging, the project plan is on track to hand over the service to the trust by April 2016. A project manager is in place, volunteers have been recruited, and the legal work to establish the trust is underway, and staff are in close contact with the Arts Council regarding accreditation. Huntingdon Town Council has offered a solution for the maintenance of the building, but will not be responsible for the trust or the museum service. The ownership of the building and who maintains and leases it to the trust is a separate issue and is not expected to have a significant bearing on the establishment of the trust. The County Council recognises the international importance of the museum collections and has already taken the decision to continue funding in the current year. However, the severe budget challenge facing the Council is such that it cannot continue to fund this discretionary service any further. And just as a sub-note, I'd like to let Robert and Bill know that obviously this is the next agenda item, and I do hope that you'll stay to hear the outcome of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pugh, do you have a supplementary question?
No, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, may I say thank you very much indeed for coming along and asking your question. We now move to agenda item 6, decision review, less than best consideration disposal of the Cromwell Museum building in Huntingdon. Can I firstly invite the monitoring officer to present his report, which will explain the decision review process?
Thank you, Chair. Members, the report before you, before Council, arises due to the receipt of a request under the Council's decision review process, supported by at least 24 councillors, calling on full Council to review the decision of the GP Committee on, at its meeting on the 15th of September 2015. The decision under review is set out in paragraph 1.3 of the report, and in summary, it provided for the grant of a long lease of the existing building in Huntingdon, as opposed to a freehold interest, as was originally proposed. The options for the Council in undertaking this review are set out at paragraph 2.1 and are as follows. Firstly, to dismiss the decision review request, in which case the decision stands unchanged. Secondly, to refer the decision back to the GP Committee for reconsideration in the light of any recommendations which the Council chooses to make. Or thirdly, Council may substitute its own decision. I'll now hand over to the Chairman, who will call for speakers.
Thank you. I now propose to invite those councillors who have requested this review to address the Council. Please can I ask members to avoid repetition. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep this short. I believe that there will be a proposal coming forward with this, and that it will be to adopt item 3 on the choices we have. I'd just like to say I commend the members of the General Purposes Committee who voted initially for the leasehold and have since revisited it, and I'm sure that this Council will come to the right decision within the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Is there any other member who signed? Sir Peter Brown.
I'm going to be brief on this one because I think everyone has had their say. But I just want also to thank the GP Committee for looking at this and actually drawing attention to something that many people hadn't seen. And I actually think what's been happening over the last couple of weeks has not been any disagreement over policy, but a slight failure in communication. And had that communication been a little bit more simple, I actually think we wouldn't be in this position. We are where we are now. I think the situation is sorted. The people of Huntingdon are going to be extremely grateful. This is going to be a real jewel in our crown in the town centre. We get people coming from all over the world to come and see this museum. And I want to pay tribute to the management committee, Peter Downs, who's been the chairman, I've been the vice chairman. We've all worked together to get this project where it is now. 2 years of hard work, nearly 2 years of hard work coming to fruition. I'm really grateful, and I just think perhaps we can all learn from this in the future about how we communicate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member who signed the review request that wishes now to speak? In which... Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Dans. You know, it's because you're a front row speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I don't think we need to labour this excessively. I just want to say, as chairman of the Cromwell Museum Management Committee, just explain to members that that committee has wide representation on it. It's not just a county councillor committee. It has wide representation from the local community and from people who've got a long-term interest in the museum, including one who has been associated with it for decades and has been willing to be a trustee. And I'm sure that what is going to be proposed in a moment will be welcomed by the Cromwell Museum Management Committee. And that's all I want to say at this stage, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Is there any other member who signed the review call-in that wishes to speak? In which case, we are now moving to the debate on the decision review options available to Council as enumerated by the monitoring officer. I believe there is a proposal, Councillor Wisson. I think that would be appropriate.
This council proposes that in view of continued discussions with Huntingdon Town Council, Cambridgeshire County Council rescinds the offer of leasehold and instead approves the transfer of the freehold of the Cromwell Museum building to Huntingdon Town Council at less than best consideration for continued use as a public museum. A covenant to restrict the use to a public museum dedicated to the life of Oliver Cromwell to be contained in the deeds of transfer. Further detailed terms agreed by the Head of Strategic Assets in consultation with the Chairman of General Purposes Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Wisson. Do you have a seconder for your proposal? Councillor Bullen.
I have pleasure in seconding that proposal, Chairman.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is a dance to be danced, Councillor Leake. Now, Councillor Wisson, would you like to speak to your proposal, or are you happy for it to stand on its own legs?
I'm happy for it to stand on its own legs.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen, you appear to have reserved your right to speak.
I too believe that it can stand on its own legs, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have any members who wish to contribute to this discussion? Right. Councillor Onasanya, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with the freehold, but I just wanted to ask that although the transfer will be subject to a covenant, as it is possible for covenants to be breached, will an overage deed be prepared so that if a planning permission is obtained for the building for any use other than as a museum or heritage or cultural asset open to the public, the owner at the time will pay a proportion of the increase in value to the Cambridge County Council. If you need to see it in your papers, it is the third bullet point down under 2.6.6 on page 13. Thank you.
Councillor Onasanya, to shortcut that, you're asking for an uplift clause. Right, thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair, and I do appreciate the indulgence of Council on this point, because I, of course, support Councillor Onasanya and all others in this chamber that do. But I would like to emphasise to this Council and to the Huntingdon Shire Council that Oliver Cromwell has played an absolutely essential part in terms of the constitutional development of this country, and also to my own profession, the legal profession. And I simply want to say that when Charles I was put on trial, he refused to plead. And at that time under the law, the refusal to plead meant that one was automatically considered guilty. Not considering him guilty, that he should have the right to have a proper trial, 3 days were taken to ensure that he could bring witnesses and put his case. And John Cook of Gray's Inn, who was the prosecutor in that case, established the rule that the first cab off the rank is the way that barristers should operate. Nobody wanted to take that brief, the tyrannicide brief. He did, on the basis that it was the responsibility of anybody in the profession of barrister must take a client who walks in the door and cannot refuse, whoever that client is. And that rule has been established since that time as a cardinal principle for all barristers, that we must take whoever walks in the door. I hasten to add, though, when they went on trial, the same latitude was not extended to them, and 3 days was not extended to those who participated in the trial of Charles I. Rather, 14 a day were tried, and with very little ceremony were hanged, drawn and quartered, which was not such a great exhibition on the part of my own profession. But I do emphasise and thank the Huntingdon Council for preserving the Cromwell Museum, which is an absolute jewel in the crown of Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I feel slightly more educated than I was when I arrived this morning. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the last 2 or 3 weeks have been very usefully spent, and a lot of the discussions have been very positive. I think it's absolutely essential to retain this museum in line with the wishes of the people of Huntingdon. And I think the last 3 weeks have been very useful, because had they not happened, we would have had a transfer which allowed the museum to be a museum or a heritage asset or a cultural asset open to the public. Well, had there not been these discussions, I could have seen that being the Cromwell Caff with a couple of swords hanging on the wall and a delightful selection of pizzas offered to the public. So I think it's entirely right and proper that this authority is changing or proposing to change it to make sure it remains forever as a museum. And I think it's also entirely right that this council takes an interest, and even in 900 years' time, takes an interest in the covenants, because Oliver Cromwell was a Cambridgeshire man. He wasn't a Huntingdon man. He may have been born in Huntingdon and went to school in Huntingdon, but he went to university in Cambridge. He lived in Ely. He was a tax collector in Ely. He was a member of Parliament for Ely. He trained his New Model Army in Ely and Newmarket, and his head is still in Cambridge. So I think it's entirely right and proper that this authority looks after the welfare of this precious asset. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank Councillor Bullen for the hard work that he did in ensuring that we got to the right number of councillors to ensure this call-in happened, and for the consistent message that he has played out, initially proposing a freehold in the General Purposes Committee and then following this through consistently. I think the council is now of one mind, and I hope we are, and I'm very grateful to those members who originally voted against this for all the right reasons, who are now looking to review their decision in order to get to the right point for Huntingdon and for this council and for all of our constituents. It really is a good day for this council and for the new governance arrangements, in that we didn't become committed to a decision because it was proposed by one party, but actually we now have a mature democracy in this county and in this council that can review its decisions, can reflect and say, actually, we did make a mistake, and to go forward cohesively and as one to get to the right decision in the end. And I'm very grateful of that.
Thank you, Councillor Reeve. I have no other members indicating they wish to... Oh, I do. Yes, Councillor Count.
I deliberately waited in hoping to draw it to a close because I was aware of there being a question on the overage clause. I think the delegation is to Roger, the Head of Strategic Assets, in consultation with me. And it's very much envisaged that the original GPC paper, which contained things like the overage clause, etc., would be entered into with the negotiation with the Town Council. I think most of these things have been ironed out already, and it's purely the covenant. And I think that the, you know, as it stands, yes, there was a call in today. I think we could reflect as well that without a call in, it would have gone back to GPC next Tuesday anyway, and could have been reconsidered there because there was a lease offered that was refused, so therefore there was no remaining decision in place. So it would have been dealt with, and that time period would have actually given us the time, I think, to come to this very important change, which means that, you know, as Councillor Bullen from UKIP quite rightly said, was the right decision when we had the papers in front of us then, but now in light of further information and fine-tuning, we are making a right decision today with these changes. So on behalf of us all, I thoroughly commend you all for trying to back this and approve this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I have not heard any dissenting view on the proposal put forward by Councillor Wisson. So are you happy to agree that by acclamation, or would you require an electronic vote? Okay, agreed? Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you again for your questions. We now move to agenda item 7, items for determination from General Purposes Committee. We have 2 items for determination. The first item relates to the business planning medium-term financial strategy discussed by General Purposes on the 28th of July. Can I ask the Chairman of GP Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendation as set out on the Council agenda? Councillor Count.
Chairman, I am pleased to move the recommendation as set out on the Council agenda relating to the business planning medium-term financial strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
I am pleased to second, Chairman, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. The report taken to the General Purposes Committee set out the Council's medium-term financial strategy for the next 5 years. The strategy is updated annually at the commencement of the business planning process, and its core purpose is to provide a financial framework within which individual service proposals can develop before Council finally approves the budget and the business plan in February. When the General Purposes Committee considered it, they acknowledged the indicative departmental cash limits and the overall constraints that would be put on service delivery. They also considered how savings arising from service pressures and investments should be allocated. At the conclusion, it was resolved unanimously to recommend this strategy to Council for approval. And is that recommendation is what we seek you to ratify today.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. This document has been through each committee, and we will be supporting it now as we have done through its committee stages. The medium-term financial strategy sets out the scale of the financial challenge facing this council under circumstances of rising demand and falling central government grant. The medium-term financial strategy emphasises the council's move towards outcome-based budgeting and a crucial emphasis on prevention, and we support both directions of travel. But I would just like this opportunity to repeat in this chamber the point I have made several times in committee this year, which is that while we will certainly need to make many very painful reductions in service this year, we must also consider the other side of the budget equation and think very carefully about how we can raise more money as well as reduce spending. One key factor in that equation is the level of council tax we will set. That debate is for another day, but it must be part of our thinking in relation to this medium-term financial strategy.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to stand and support very strongly what Councillor Singer has just said, and that the whole of the Labour Group are behind absolutely the proposals that she has made. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have no other speakers, so Councillor Count, if you would like to sum up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's in front of you today. There's only really the one point raised, and that is whether to raise more money through taxes. But as Councillor Councillor Lucy Netzinger quite rightly said, that's a debate for another day, and whether the Liberal Democrats and Labour are proposing to increase taxes at that point in time, we look forward to having that debate then. But I recommend this medium-term financial strategy to all for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Maguire, you did reserve your right to speak, but lovely. Members, are you happy to agree the medium-term financial strategy as proposed? Thank you. We move on to item 7B, which relates to business planning capital strategy, which was discussed by the General Purposes Committee on the 28th of July. Can I ask the Chairman of the General Purposes Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendation as set out on the Council agenda?
Chairman, I am pleased to move the recommendation as set out on the Council agenda relating to the business planning capital strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire?
Chairman, I'm pleased to second the recommendation and again reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Count?
Thank you, Chairman. This strategy deals with all aspects of our capital expenditure programme, the planning, the prioritisation, management and the funding. In order to closer align this with the new outcome-based operating model, the strategy has been revised as part of the 2016-17 business planning process. General Purposes Committee considered this in July, and it makes three recommendations to full Council, which it seeks to have endorsed today. There are revisions to the capital strategy. This will help align it closer with the new operating model. Included in that is the prioritisation of capital proposals using an amended version of the investment appraisal process. General Purposes Committee also recommends that the advisory limit on the level of debt charges should be kept at existing levels, and that borrowing related to invest to save or earn schemes should continue to be excluded from the advisory debt charges limit. These recommendations are captured in much greater detail in the papers in front of you, and as Chair of the General Purposes Committee, I ask you to endorse all three.
Thank you. I have no member who has indicated that they wish to speak. Are you happy to endorse those three proposals? Yes? Yep. Thank you very much. Very good. That concludes the debate, such as it was, on the items for determination from GP Committee on the 28th of July. So we move to agenda item 8, which is a recommendation to Council from the Staffing and Appeals Committee regarding the appointment of a shared Chief Executive. Can I ask the Chairman of the Staffing and Appeals Committee, Councillor Joshua Schuman, to move that the recommendation as set out in the report at page 19 be adopted, and the Vice Chairman of Staffing and Appeals, Councillor Peter Downs, to second. Councillor Schuman.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to move that.
Thank you. Councillor Downs.
And I'd like to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Schuman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to be able to propose this item and believe that the paper clearly highlights the details. And I'm sure the merits and risks of this recommendation have been well versed with our respective groups. This comes to full Council today after 2 unanimous votes at the Staffing and Appeals Committee. The first was to instruct officers to further explore a shared Chief Executive arrangement. And the second was, as highlighted in the paper, to propose to appoint Gillian Beasley on a secondment basis for a period of 12 months with a 6-month review. This is the next stage in the process, and our decision is one of 2 full council decisions necessary to move forward. I believe Peterborough City Council will be making their decision tomorrow. I would urge and encourage all members to send a clear message and support this recommendation about what we are striving to do in order to work closely in partnership with other local authorities. I would like to pass on my thanks particularly to a few officers who have been involved with this process, and to name them Janet Moulder, Martin Cox and Christine Reid, who have worked tirelessly in order to draw up these papers throughout this process. And particular thanks also to Michelle Rowe, who I know has worked tirelessly to convene meetings at short notice and managing to hopefully accommodate all of our busy diaries. Thank you, Chairman. Happy to propose the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Schumann. Councillor Downs, you reserved your right to speak, and no one has indicated that they wish to speak, so if you want to speak, now is your chance.
I have no wish to speak, thank you.
Thank you. So, Council, you are asked to agree the recommendations in your agenda, item 8, 1, 2 and 3. Are you happy to agree those by acclamation? Thank you very much. The next agenda item is item 9, and you will have a report on pages 27 to 64 from the Audit and Accounts Committee on the Central Library Enterprise Centre. Can I ask the Chairman of Audit and Accounts Committee, Councillor Shellens, to move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and I will then ask the Vice Chairman of Audit and Accounts, Councillor Topping, to second. Councillor Shellens.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to move the recommendations as set out on page 27 of the report on the Central Library Enterprise Centre.
Thank you. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second the motion. And I should like to speak either now or, given your direction, early in the debate.
I think if in that case you want to speak immediately after Councillor Shellens has introduced the report. Thank you. Councillor Shellens, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, members, this project was born at our July meeting amid, I would say, a mixture of anger, recrimination, frustration and concern. And there were concerned members, a concerned public, interviews on Radio Cambridge, a whole hoo-ha. This interest manifested itself in contributions from 17 councillors, from 11 residents. We ended up with well over 100 pages of submissions. By the time the report was discussed at Audit and Accounts in September, participation had dwindled to 1 councillor who talked with us, 1 councillor who wrote in, and 1 member of the public who came and talked. Perhaps it's the way I tell them. The project's time as the focus of much public attention was past. Does this mean we have wasted our time? Are we wasting your time now? I would argue not. This episode was clearly not our finest hour. A heavy investment in officer time, both in the run-up to the present review and during it, failed to generate the intended extra income. Worse, there was a loss of corporate reputation and trust with local residents. Inevitably, the report concludes that there are things we can do and should do better, and, I would argue, things that we have to do better if we are to take the public with us as we deal with the dismal financial outlook. Before going on to substantive points, and without wishing to sound like someone who's just been awarded an Oscar, I do want to thank members of the public, members of council and officers who gave of their time and applied themselves to these difficult issues and for giving us their views. They were thoughtful contributions. I also want to thank Rob Sanderson in Democratic Services for coping with me and all the admin involved, and finally, and perhaps most of all, Neil Hunter and Mairead Kelly from Internal Audit, who did a magnificent job in turning the impossible into the practical. Our terms of reference, happily, did not require us to evaluate decisions made prior to your instructions to us. I say happily because, all too often, there are conflicting views as to what was done and the wisdom of doing it. I must, however, take a moment to emphasize that every contribution was read in full several times. Points of interest, whether we agreed with them or not, were extracted and considered in detail, over 700 of them. Although we have not recommended that anyone be sacked or censured, Although we have not given judgment on the way we got here, the recommendations before you are grounded in the submissions received, and for which I remain truly grateful. And the whole report, and all 100 pages plus of evidence, are on the web in full view of all those who may be interested. Now perhaps the most important point. In none of the submissions received did we find accusations or evidence of illegality. Had there been such accusations, this would have become a very different report. As it was, we are able to concentrate on building for the future rather than demonizing. We were given the luxury of being able to accentuate the positive, to ask ourselves next time, what would we do the same? What would we do different? As for the rest, you've seen the report. I do not intend to drag you tediously through it page by page. Instead, I want to put before you three major areas for consideration and issue an alert. Firstly, the submissions did contain suggestions of procedural gaps, of procedural failures, or perhaps a lack of common understanding of procedures. So the report sets out draft, and I'd stress draft procedures for further deliberation as to how we conduct ourselves in future similar situations. Once they have been tweaked to your satisfaction, the question is, how do we ensure they are followed? Secondly, the public. It is clear from many submissions that some believe we have a choice of being open, of telling the public, or alternatively, doing nothing. In this world, telling the public is seen as resulting in awkward questions or work for hard-pressed officers and members. In this world, do nothing is seen as resource-free. Well, I'm a bit of a nerd and I record what I do. To date, and including this meeting, this review has involved me in 64 phone calls, 305 emails either in or out, and 14 meetings. And when I say 305 emails, if I send out one email to all 60-something members, that counts as just one. The choice we actually have is tell the public, who will bring questions and work, or don't, and take the consequences with an antagonized public who believe they are being duped or lied to. This will bring more work for officers and members, admittedly. What I would further add here is that many of the points raised by members of the public found their way into the report in front of you. We face an exceptionally challenging financial situation where services and resources we provide to the public and the needy are going to have to be cut dramatically. In such a situation, I would much rather have the public behind us than against us. So I am suggesting that we should treat the public as a resource and not a threat, and that the default position should be published and be damned, because the alternative is worse. Thirdly, there is a section, unfortunately detached from the main report on pages 58 to 60 in today's papers, on the purpose and the role of spokes. I found spokes to be the most challenging aspect of the whole project, and so, obviously, I looked to Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797. Not, as far as I know, an ancestor of young Killian Burke, lately of this house. And in Burke's celebrated speech to the electors of Bristol, November 1774, and I will go on to quote, because some of you may not know it entirely off by heart. And he said, "Certainly, gentlemen, it ought to be the happiness and glory of a representative to live in the strictest union, the closest correspondence, and the most unreserved communication with his constituents. Their wishes ought to have great weight with him, their opinions, high respect, their business, unremitted attention. It is his duty to sacrifice his repose," well, he's done that, "his pleasure, his satisfactions to theirs, and above all, ever and in all cases, to prefer their interest to his own." No reference, incidentally, to women, for all that this is the seminal work on parliamentary democracy. He was not that far-sighted. He goes on, "But his unbiased opinion, his mature judgment, his enlightened conscience, he ought not to sacrifice to you, to any man, or to any set of men living. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays, instead of serving you, if he sacrifices it to your opinion." In other words, we may take advice, but not instruction regarding our views. Views of residents should be heard, but we must not, as one submission has it, descend into decision by referendum. I hope
Constitution and ethics accept Burke's view. We listen to the public and take their views into account. We listen to our parties and take their views into account, but then exercise our own judgment. This then has important implications set out in the paper as to the proper conduct of spokes and committees in making decisions and the chairing and purpose of those meetings, and the extent to which this is done before such members of the public who choose to attend. Were we to allow decisions made at spokes to be binding on members, then decisions are being made in small, dark, but happily no longer smoke-filled rooms, and not where the public can see what is happening. Currently, we have a transparency deficit. Such a view would make it much worse. Now the alert. Those of you who are still with me may remember that, with reference to the procedures, I said that it is one thing to have them, another to be sure that they are followed. It is my intention, as Chair of Audit and Accounts, to discuss with the committee whether we should ask internal audit, for whom I have a high regard, to shoehorn into their schedule a little extra work. I don't think they'll thank me, but my shoulders are broad. What we need them to do is to report back their professional assessment of the occasional, and I stress occasional, future project. Can they assure us that the procedures of this authority to consult members, consult the public, to follow templates on the conduct of negotiations, the rules on confidentiality, due diligence, all the procedures that you have approved, can they assure us that they are being followed? In conclusion, I see this report as a living document. When parts of it are considered in Constitution and Ethics and elsewhere, further modifications will be made. I have a couple of late changes I would like to see incorporated, arising out of a late submission from Anonymous One, prominent among the contributions from residents. In summary, it is my view that the team has fulfilled your instructions and delved into the hows and whys. We have read all the submissions and drawn up a report with procedures for your consideration and questions for more consideration. I envisage that, after the results of our discussion today have been taken into account, elements of this paper be taken to Constitution and Ethics or GPC as appropriate, for ratification and application as appropriate. In the meantime, I await your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shellens. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. I was grateful for your guidance earlier on. I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to speak early in this because I wanted to particularly pay tribute to Councillor Shellens for the truly Stakhanovite way that he's taken on this task and left the rest of the Audit Committee awestruck with his dispatch and enterprise, directing the professional resources of the audit team in producing the report that's before you. It seems from the resolution that was achieved earlier this morning that we are perhaps better at managing collaborative enterprises involving museums rather than libraries. I move on. The recommendations from the report before you are succinct, and they cover accountability and openness, commercial skills and awareness, the need for robust business cases, and maybe a dry subject, but there's some specific points there. And crucially, the need to keep checking on the progress of a programme to make sure that it's still on track and it's still doing what we wanted it to do in the first place. It's been said that agile organisations, if they are to succeed, should be ready to try and fail fast and learn and succeed. Now, I don't think we are yet an agile organisation, but we are a learning one, and there's much to learn from this set of recommendations. We need to take them to heart, move on into the brave new world that faces this local authority and all others. I commend them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Topping. Councillor Ashwood.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank Audit and Accounts, but in particular Councillor Shellens, for a truly magnificent piece of work. My only regret is that it was necessary for it to happen in the first place. We have learned lessons from the whole CLEC business. Hopefully, the recommendations in the report will give us the chance to improve the way we're doing things. But the one thing that has come out of all of this is libraries have suddenly become more high profile than they have been for a considerable number of years. There is an awful lot of support out there for what not only our library service but the County Council is doing. And I can report the member working group on income generation. We are now working with campaigners. We have a staff representative on board. We're coming up with ideas. There is a wealth of goodwill out there towards libraries. And I said that is the one thing that has come out of this whole affair. But all credit to Councillor Shellens and the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Firstly, Chairman, can I thank Councillor Shellens for a most tremendous piece of work. I think it is probably the best piece of scrutiny that has ever been carried out in this council. He's tackled the task and he said that he's read every word, and I thank him for that because I was probably one of the members who wrote him most words on the subject.
Point of information, Chairman, he was.
I did so, Chairman, because having been involved with this on and off as the independent member, independent spokes on HC and I did in fact study all of the documents in some detail. One of the points, if I have any regret, and I do emphasise that this is just a personal regret, it is the fact that due to the publication of Freedom of Information requests, some of the information which I might have added to Councillor Shellens was not published until September. That information, Chairman, is quite important in the way in which this project has evolved, and members will note that I have asked a written question to which the chairman of HC&I has replied, but that is on your papers for the meeting, but I think it also emphasises that there are one or two aspects of this whole investigation that were perhaps, and quite rightly, and Councillor Shellens has pointed this out, were quite rightly not covered in the scope of the investigation. I am still very, very unhappy about the way in which the call-in by 26 members was subverted by the chairman of HC&I calling yet another meeting to rescind the decision. I have disagreed publicly with our legal executive on this matter, and I won't go into that. I am still in disagreement with that as a procedure, and I think we should have actually had that call-in in just the same manner that we've had the call-in earlier at this meeting. So there remains a number of points which Councillor Shellens was unable to consider in his review, which I will have to reserve the right to raise with officers. I will be publishing a report on this, and if Councillor Shellens wishes to add that to the website, he can do so, but I will submit it in any case to officers and the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I have no other members indicate. Councillor Hickford.
Look, Chairman, I did indicate, but obviously
I'm so sorry.
It was my notice that started this off, and I just wanted to publicly thank Councillor Shellens and his team and the committee. It's a magnificent piece of work, and you have my full support in the recommendations. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, we in the Labour group also really recognise the hard work that Councillor Shellens has done on this piece of work. One observation, I was very pleased that he introduced the Irishman Edmund Burke here, and I think it's worth noting that Edmund Burke was fortunate that he didn't live in an era where there were Facebook, emails and tweeting, which I think made Councillor Schelling's work more onerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I too, of course, echo what's been said about Councillor Shellin's work in this regard. At the same time, I also endorse the comments made by the councillor on my left about the call-in. In my view too, it was not conducted in the proper manner. The Constitution has now been changed and Labor will be supporting those changes, but it does not undo the fact that, in my legal opinion, what happened on that occasion was not in accordance with the Constitution.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could add my congratulations and thanks too to Councillor Schellins for his conduct of the report. One of the things that he said, some of his wise words, were that we should be seeing the public as a resource, not as a threat. And I think that has been very, very clear throughout the process. Many of the public have spent even more time than we as councillors have on this particular issues because they so highly value the library service. And although it's been a very sorry chapter in the council's history, one of the good things that has come out of it is that the people who have been campaigning on the libraries are setting up a Friends of Central Library group and have joined us as councillors in seeking ways in which we can raise very important revenue through the library service in a publicly acceptable way. So I'd like to underline the encouragement for us always to look to the public in what we're doing and keep them in the picture from the beginning. And I would also like to say that I don't think it was right that it wasn't discussed at full council. I think that I would agree with my colleagues, Councillor Scott and Councillor Mason, that that was a subversion of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I don't quite share Councillor Shellins's opinion on the merits of direct democracy, here's not the place to be venturing that debate. We too would like to very much welcome this report. It's thoughtful, it's thorough, it's exactly what we would expect from a councillor of that merit, and really shows that this council can reflect upon the decisions it makes and make transparent, open recommendations to take us forward. So we'll be fully supporting the recommendations made.
Thank you. Councillor Manning.
Sorry, Chair, I just feel someone needs to just very slightly, it's a very, very small moment of discord in this otherwise, very consensual discussion. I think someone needs to slightly defend the decision of the monitoring officer in terms of this decision review process. There's no merit, I feel, in discussing something where some people have already changed their minds. It doesn't seem to me to be anything in terms of moving forward, which is, I think, what this report is entirely about. It's entirely about how we move forward, and I think the decision was completely right. Why discuss something when someone's already said we've changed our minds?
Thank you, Councillor Manning. I have no other members who have indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Schellins, would you like to sum up, and we shall move to the vote?
Chairman, members, I think I have to introduce a second note of discord because there's been lots of comments about what a terrific job I've done. And the real workers are sat behind me, so I really want to emphasise the contribution. Councillor Mason, I think we should speak outside this meeting about your further information. I'm certainly happy to put it on the website. We've right through this had total disclosure, and I think we should continue in that vein. And with reference to the point that's been just raised, the report does refer to it at section 5, the final bullet point. The review has identified that members require a common understanding of key processes for challenge, including the process by which they may submit items for consideration at spokes and committee meetings, how to initiate a call-in, and the question of whether a decision may be rescinded by a committee or whether this is the responsibility of full council. Democratic services are requested to provide additional training and resources for members to address these points. So that matter is live, it needs resolution, and I hope that it will be resolved and the appropriate training carried out. Other than that, I thank all members present for giving me such an easy ride.
Thank you, Councillor Shellens. Members, we are asked to consider and comment on the review, which I think we have done, and to approve the action plan as set out in section 3 of the report. Are you happy to do so? Thank you very much. We now move on to item 10, which is recommendations from the Constitution and Ethics Committee. The first report on pages 65 to 102 is item 10A, Contract Procedure Rules. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Mandy Smith, to move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and the Vice Chairman, Councillor Maguire, to second. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the recommendations, and I will do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, pleased to second the recommendation and again reserve my right.
Thank you. Now, who'd like to speak on this item first? Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. We do support the recommendations of Constitution Ethics, but we've just got one small point that we would like the committee to rule on, I think, and that it does concern the decision to cancel a council meeting, which was taken when the decision about the library was rescinded. We agree that there's no point in having a council meeting.
Councillor, can I just ask, we're just dealing with A at the moment, which is the contract procedure rules, and I think probably the item you're referring to will be C.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I will sit down.
We will come back to you. Councillor Manning.
It's just a very, very small point that I think we don't, Councillor Shellens referred to this earlier when he introduced his report, that we don't do quite enough reviewing how well we've done sometimes. And I think there's I'm not proposing an amendment now or anything like that, but I think for next time we review this, the contracts, the set contracts, there's nothing in the procedure rules that reviews those. We review the individual contracts. There's lots of references to review the individual projects, but the ongoing contracts, there's no point where we actually review those. I think probably in future, next time we review this, we should have something in there about reviewing the ongoing contracts that we keep, where we have, for example, Skanska and companies like that, we keep employing them. We should review those contracts as much as we review the individual contracts.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Maguire, you reserved your right to speak. Now the moment has arrived.
Chairman, I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Manning's raised a point, and I'm searching my head to fully understand what he's saying, but could I suggest that he might want to contact the Chairman of Constitution and Ethics with that point so we can consider it at a future meeting? But I suggest he does that probably in writing so that we fully understand his point.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, is there anything you wish to add?
No, not at all. I'm quite happy to talk to you outside and look at that for you.
Members, are you happy to accept the recommendation at 10A? Thank you. Moving to the second report on pages 103 to 116B is the grant of dispensations under the Members' Code of Conduct. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, the Vice Chairman, to move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and Councillor Maguire to second?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to move the recommendation as set out in the papers.
Thank you.
Happy to second, Chairman, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Members, over to you. Are you all happy to, and Councillor Maguire, your moment of glory is passing very quickly. Do you want to say anything?
As it frequently does, Chairman, but no, no wish to add anything.
Okay. Members, are you happy to accept 10B as set out? Thank you. The third report on pages 117 to 128C is the Decision Review Procedure Rules. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Smith, to move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and the Vice Chairman to second?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Chairman, I'll drag this one out. I am very happy to second the motion.
And are you reserving your right to speak? Thank you. Right. So, Councillor Whitehead, your moment has come.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
It was just a small point that we discussed, and it does concern the cancelling of a council meeting. when the decision was rescinded, and quite rightly the meeting was cancelled. There's no point in discussing it. But we feel that within the Constitution there should be a note as to who formally has the right to cancel a council meeting. Whether it should be yourself as chair of the council or the chair of the Constitution Ethics, but we feel that point should be clarified, because the meetings don't just cancel themselves. Somebody somewhere has to say, yes, this meeting should be cancelled. And I just think we need formally to decide who that is. But otherwise, we do support the proposals here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other? Councillor Mason.
Yes, Chairman. On the same point, during the debate and the various committee meetings that we held at HC&I and then the call-in, if you study the emails from Democratic Services and from the legal officer, and from, if you read the reports presented to committee, there did seem to be a complete confusion as to what was happening. And I, in endorsing what Councillor Whitehead has just said, Democratic Services had acknowledged the call-in had been made, and indeed under a Freedom of Information request had published the names of the 26 members calling the decision in. Almost on the same day, we had notification that the Democratic Services officers were looking for a date for council meeting, for a special council meeting, and so we had this passage of conflicting emails, and then one from the legal officer saying that there was no point, there was no extant decision. And it is that wording which I would have, and did at the time, disagree with him on, because there was clearly an extant decision. It had been recorded under the decision notice procedure. And so therefore, I do hope, if members now wish to review the procedure with this revision, they bear in mind that on that particular occasion there was an extant decision, and there was a difference of opinion certainly between the members who called the decision in and the ruling by the legal officer that there was no need for a council meeting, a special council meeting. So I do echo that we need to get this right, particularly in communications from the Senior Democratic Services Officer, because in the report to the later meeting of the committee, the officer writing that report actually mentioned that the decision was to be reviewed by full council on the 9th of July. So there was a mixture of information coming from the officers as to whether there was to be a call-in or whether there wasn't, whether the committee would rescind its decision, a decision which had actually been recorded and published. And so when is a decision not a decision? When is a minute later endorsed by the committee not a minute of a decision? This has all left rather a very bad taste in the mouth. So I am just hoping that we will get this right in future and we won't get this conflict of information from Democratic Services, from report writers, and members will be clear as to how and when a decision can be called in.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I think... Oh, Councillor Scott, yes, do please.
Very briefly, I would like to make the point too that this is not a trivial matter, and it's not simply carrying on about something for the sake of carrying on about it. It's a substantive matter, and it goes to the way that this council operates. I should add too that the council does leave itself open to legal action, because the proposition that what came to the committee was in fact new information is actually not a correct proposition. It was information that was already in the public domain, and that means it's not new information. The committee had not picked up on it before. before, but the nature of new information is actually legally defined. So we're not in the realm of carrying on about something that's not a substantive issue. It's a substantive issue, and we as a council have to recognise that we should never leave ourselves, as far as we're able, open to legal intervention, which on this occasion actually we did.
Thank you for that. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, as far as Councillor Whitehead's point about who can formally cancel a meeting, Chairman, if there is any doubt and if it's not clear in the Constitution, which I'm not personally aware of whether it is or not, again, I would suggest through the Chairman of the Constitution and Ethics that we again look at this and make sure that that is clarified within the Constitution, and that will come at some stage back to this Council for approval. In regards to the other points being made by Councillors Mason and Councillor Scott, I don't want to get embroiled in anything which is as to the legality of what is new information or what is in the public domain. I hope that the Council will, having read the paper, Part C of the paper, and seen the decision review procedure rules in Appendix A and Appendix B, will be satisfied that any issues that arose, either from that or from the lack of information in the current Constitution paper, have now been clarified, and that they will feel able to support and feel that generally these matters will not, the confusion that may have arisen will not arise again. But I would just like to say in closing, I think it's unfortunate to infer that some of the problems lay with democratic services. I think we all know democratic services do a tremendous job, and at a time when they're trying to deal both with the actual committee structure, the officers themselves, and members' wishes, that it must have been a heck of a difficult time for them. That's all I can say. So I just want to say that in this council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, did you want to sum up?
I have nothing further to add, only the fact to echo the points of Councillor Maguire that the 2 points that have been raised about the review, we will try and get clarification for you. Okay?
Thank you. Are we happy in that case to accept the proposal at C, 10C? Thank you very much. We now move on to agenda item 11, the Pension Fund Board Annual Report. This is included in your council agenda on pages 129 to 230. Could I ask Councillor Count, Chairman of the Pension Fund Board, to move receipt of the report?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to move the receipt of the report as set out in the papers.
Thank you. Councillor Count, I do not require a seconder on this item, so we're straight to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Once a year, the Pension Fund, through its chair, presents their accounts to full council in order to report on their work of the previous year. And unless I state otherwise, any comments and figures I refer to was the position at March the 31st, 2015. This report is for the Pension Fund, which is much larger, not sovereign, wholly to Cambridgeshire County Council, which sometimes people tend to miss out and forget. In fact, it's got 200, or it had at that point in time, 220 active employers. The total membership was 69,258, which was comprised of 25,345 active members, 28,255 deferred members, and pensioner membership numbered 15,658. The fund was valued at £2.26 billion, an increase in fund value of £231 million, which is equivalent to an uplift of 11.4% over the year. Over the year, the funding, which is a prediction based comparing assets to liabilities, has decreased from 78% to 72%. This is regularly monitored with quarterly updates, and a formal revaluation is carried out triennially, the last being March 2013. The full list of membership of the Pension Fund Board is contained at point 2.12. There's a lot to go through in the Pension Fund papers, and I'll just try to capture some of the highlights. If you indulge me, I'd just like to capture a couple of more points. And there were some changes that have come about which are encompassed at 2.14 through to 2.16. And this was to do with the Pension Board which was created, which Councillor Maguire now chairs. So what basically happened was during the year, due to changes in legislation, the Pension Fund Board became the Pension Fund Committee. A new local pension board, to be known as the Pension Board, was formed. The previously titled Pension Fund Board's Investment Subcommittee is still in existence, but of course it is now the Pension Fund Committee's Investment Subcommittee. Obviously anything else would not make sense. And these changes did come about on April the 1st, 2015. I'd like to close by extending my thanks as chairman to all members of the board, the officers and the external advisors for the support they've given us all. The training they've gone through, this is a rigorous committee. I know all committees are rigorous, but the actual amount of work, training and dedication you have to put in to actually arrive at this is very, very difficult to manage your time around that. And I really do want to say thank you to all of those people that have been involved with that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, members, I'm certain that you'll wish to have a lengthy debate about the Pension Fund Board annual report. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Downs.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank the Pension, whatever it's called now, Fund Board. This is important work, and I should declare an interest as a very minor beneficiary of the fund. I did find myself wondering whether or not in these days of austerity it was necessary to produce 101 pages of this report for every member of the council. 7,000 sheets of paper and a lot of work. I just wonder whether, in terms of being sensible with our time, it might be possible to produce a short report and then refer people who want to read the rest somewhere else. So I just put that forward as a thought for the future. There are, however, just a couple of points I would like to make about the report itself. And I'd just like to ask for your comments on page 151, the bottom part, where we are informed about the investment management expenses. Now, we will have noted that the investment management expenses overshot by 2.7 million, and we see over the page that investment management expenses outturn include performance-related fees. So given that statement, I'm wondering, when we turn to page 169, we have the fund performance relative to the local authority universe. I'm sure Mark is interested to know that now he's in charge of the local authority universe, not just the world, the universe. Marvellous. Now, if we look at that graph, which summarises the rather detailed data provided on the two previous pages, we see that the performance-related outturn of this fund has not been fantastic. In fact, it's below the local authority universe. And yet we've paid an extra 2.7 million to the investment managers for doing that. Now, I just asked the question, how did you arrive at these figures? And has appropriate challenge been made on that particular point? And I have just a small secondary point on page 169. I'm very pleased to read our commitment to responsible investment, including environmental, social issues, which will become relevant to a later item on the agenda.
Councillor Count, would you like to respond to that fairly detailed question now, before you forget the finer points?
Yes, with regard to the printing of the report, £2.36 billion, and with the importance that the other 219 active employers place on us to scrutinise this, £2.36 billion and the importance that the other 219 active employers place on us in scrutinising this, it is correct that we do actually have a full set of accounts that are scrutinised thoroughly. Whether that is better in the format of a summary, and then something else available online I'll take up with officers, but I believe that the report is pretty much composed of what is a legal obligation to report. I am aware that in this world there are propositions to move to a paperless environment, and that would certainly resolve the issue no matter what the outcome. But in the meantime, I will check up on that question. With regards to the investment returns and that, there's a slight confusion there on what people are getting paid for, what they're getting rewarded for, and how you compare it. So if I'll start off with the local authority universe, this is a very simple measure of how fund performances across all of the authorities have performed. Now, there is no measure in there saying that they're against their targets or against what their strategies are because of the position they're in. So our strategy and our benchmarking and our targeted output is due to the position that we're in. And somebody down the road may actually have a much riskier strategy because they're less well funded than they are, or they might have a lower risk strategy because they have more gilts and bonds and are much more secure. So it doesn't give a true reflection of really where we are because it's comparing apple pears. It's more a useful thing. If you was bottom of the list every single year and yet you needed to raise a lot of funds, you'd kind of wonder what that is about. But also you notice the way that it goes up and down like a yo-yo. And that's the nature of investments and investment managers. Depending on your portfolio, we try and level that out as far as possible for ourselves, but as other people do as well. Sometimes some people are doing well, sometimes some aren't doing very well. And it's more traditional to look at things in the longer term in terms of pension funds, 5, 10 or even longer periods of times, and really compare yourself that way. Now, in terms of the actual overpayment, when you say, or I call it overpayment, we're actually looking not at performance compared to other authorities, we're looking at performance rewards for the managers that we said, if you achieve this for us, we will give you more money. And they have achieved that for us, which is why they've got more money. Obviously, it's more than the last year because those managers involved did not do the same and did not get rewarded in the same way. So the reason for the reward, you're confusing with the way of measuring it. These investment-related returns are actually quite a good thing to see because we only pay them when people are doing particularly well. These are looked at in thorough detail by the investment subcommittee, and we come to a decision of where we employ managers, what is the right amount of payment for when they perform well. So it's quite encouraging to see something like that, because some people have done very well for us and earned us far more than the extra money they got paid.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kent. Councillor Downs, I hope that that answers your points to your satisfaction.
If we go back to page 151, what I draw your attention to is the variation between the forecast and the outturn. Now, you've told us that they did better this year than last year, but what were you were forecasting then, that they were only going to do as badly as they did the previous year? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Councillor Downs.
The forecast was based on the predictions we was making at the start of the year, which is why it's a forecast. If they've performed better than what we were forecasting, i.e. the predictions we made a year ago, then they've got an extra reward.
Thank you. Councillor Hickford. Sorry, before you speak, Councillor Hickford, I've got Councillor Mason. I'd forgotten. Councillor Mason, apologies.
Just a question, and I always save a question for Councillor Count on this because he knows more about this than probably any of us. I'm looking actually at page 200 and the reference to the Cambridge and Counties Bank. There is a risk which may be due to understatement or overstatement in the accounts. Is there no way, bearing in mind that this is not publicly listed, is there no way of actually getting more certainty in that particular point? Because Cambridge and County Bank, of course, is very much associated with this council.
Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you for that. What that paragraph is trying to draw attention to is the actual methodology of valuing the bank. And from memory, there are about 8 methodologies of putting a value on the bank. And they vary. If you do a quick look at all 8 of them, you come up with a huge variety of figures for what the bank is truly worth. And unless you floated it, you'd never really know. It's a bit like valuing a house. Unless you go to auction, you'll never know the day that you valued it, whether it was right or wrong. So the uncertainty is caused not because we're uncertain about the figure, but the fact that there are many different answers, and we've selected one of them. And the certainty that I can give you is when we selected one of them, we did that with our external and internal auditors by agreement. So we all came to an agreement that this was a good and appropriate way to value the bank. And it's just highlighting the fact that there could be other people with different interpretations.
Thank you. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to speak as Vice Chair and try and help maybe clarify for Councillor Downs. We pay performance for active managed funds, but not all the fund is in active managed. Some of the fund is in passive managed, and some of it's in property, and some of it is in other things, some of it's in the bank. But this particular bit that you're seeing is the actively managed that we are rewarding for doing really well in that bit of the fund. And therefore, just because that bit of the fund does really well doesn't necessarily mean that the whole fund does really well, because things like property haven't done so well. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on this item. Are you happy to note the report? Did I hear someone say no? No. Good? Excellent. Now, we move on to agenda item 12, which is allocation of seats and substitutes to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules. Oh, not so fast. Yes, thank you. I'm going to move from the chair the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out on page 231, and the delegation to the monitoring officer and chief executive in consultation with group leaders to make any minor adjustments necessary resulting from the Chatteris by-election on the 15th of October be approved. I'm going to ask the vice chairwoman to second.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. And there are some changes. Councillor Netzinger.
I would like to ask Council's approval for a small proposed change. And the small proposed change is that the Liberal Democrat group and the Independent group do a direct swap of one seat on the Cambridge City Fringes Joint Development Control Committee, which at present is a Liberal Democrat seat, for a seat on the Audit and Accounts Committee, which is at present an independent seat. The proposal for a straight swap is to allow councillors to sit on committees where they have expertise. It will not alter the proportionality across the whole council at all, because it is a direct swap, but it needs to be approved by full council. So if you are happy to, we would very much like to be able to do that swap.
So, Councillor Netzinger, you are proposing that. Do you have a seconder?
I believe.
Councillor Hipkin. You don't wish to speak. Council, are you happy with that proposal from Councillor Netzinger? Thank you very much. Are you in that case happy to agree the report as in paragraph 12 as amended? Thank you very much. We now move on to agenda item 13, which is appointments to outside organisation, and from the chair, I propose to move the change in membership proposed for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Fire Authority, and will ask the Vice Chairwoman to second. And I should just be explicit to say that my understanding is that Councillor Devine will be appointed to the authority from the UKIP group, and Councillor Scott, you are to be appointed replacing a Liberal Democrat on the Fire Authority. Thank you.
I'm happy to second.
The Vice Chairman has seconded. Has anybody anything that they wish to contribute to this item? Are you in agreement with this item? Thank you very much. Now, members, we've come to an exciting point in proceedings. I have just going to ask the Vice Chairwoman to pop out to check on the status of lunch, because our next items are motions, and I don't really want to get into a motion if we're going to really spin it out. Because you get grumpy, I've noticed, when you're hungry. If it's not quite ready, we'll just have to plough on ahead. Yep. 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 Okay. Five minutes. I think, members, with your agreement, lunch will be ready in 5 minutes at past. What would you rather do? Would you rather do one of the motions now, or would you rather? No. Okay. In which case, could I ask you, please, all to be back at 1:30? That is 1:30, and there will be fines for latecomers. Not sure how I'm going to find Pete latecomers, but members, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Can I ask you, as that was the last meal to be provided by Cambridgeshire Catering Services, and as they have served us so well over the years, can I ask you to give them a round of applause for our lovely lunch? And perhaps we could minute our very grateful thanks. The next item on the agenda is item 14, which is motions, and 2 motions have been submitted. The first motion has been submitted by Councillor Manning. I understand that there is a variation to this motion which has been proposed by Councillor Sales. Councillor Manning and Councillor Cairns, are you happy to accept the variation?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Council, are you prepared to accept the variation which has been circulated to you? Thank you. In which case, Councillor Manning, the substantive motion is the varied motion proposed by you and with the amendments by Councillor Sales, and you're up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think mostly this morning, the meeting today has been quite consensual, isn't it? So,
No.
Members.
Oscar.
Councillor Manning, proceed, please.
I want to, as much as I want to talk about what this motion is about and what it's asking you to do, I actually want to start by talking about what it's not asking you to do, because it's almost as important as what I'm actually trying to do with this motion. The briefing note that was written does read a little bit like what I'm asking Council to do is divest from all fossil fuel investments in the pension fund, tell the pension fund board what to do a whole load of restructuring work that would potentially come from that, committing now to a huge range of potentially very, very risky things down the line that may leave the council itself liable to legal action. It's not doing that. What it's asking you to do is to work with us to formally ask the university to work with them on a project they're already undertaking. It's not asking us to commit any significant resource because the university would be carrying this work out on our behalf. The university could even say no, and then we wouldn't have to do anything. And it's even where I reference this We Mean Business coalition, it's an incredibly broad range of commitments that can or cannot be made. Some companies in the list, incidentally Volkswagen isn't one of them, I checked, but some companies in that list make 1 commitment, some make 6. Some make, in the middle, and then they come up with their own levels of commitment. So I just want to stress that this is a very, very modest proposal that hopefully can gain some consensus across this council. And in that spirit, which is why, going by the new Labour Party's new leader, in his spirit of nice politics, I was quite happy to accept the variation to the motion. So all I'm asking you to do is to consider a report that the university that we always talk about working more with are already producing, and in a year's time when it comes back, we can make our minds up whether we agree with the recommendations that report produces, disagree with them, or just want to ignore them completely. And I hope on that basis, Council will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns, you are seconding. Do you wish to reserve your right?
I'm happy to second, and I wish to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sales.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And my reason for amending the motion and the reason that it reads the way it does now is because I was concerned that the second paragraph overstated the influence of the County Council on the Pensions Committee, who have a duty of independence. That we're not in a position to be able to tell the county isn't in a position to be able to tell the pension fund how to behave, what to invest in, and so on. So that's why I wanted it altered. What I'm doing with this now is asking for a clear, direct statement which offers support to promote the ethical, offers support to promote ethical interest. I shouldn't write without my glasses. And I say this, and I know this doesn't have the support of the party that lives opposite there, and that's a great shame because it's a great shame that you have a disregard for ethical investment and a dislike of most forms of ethical investment, which are particularly useful, wind farms being a good example. So I do hope that some of you, at least, will be able to support the motion as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Sales. Anyone else? Councillor Count. Can you pop your microphone on, please?
Apologies, thank you, Chair. I struggle with this in many ways. See, when I started reading it, it talks about global climate change. I understand that. I get what that's all about. I'm quite for things that will combat climate change. The responsibility of the council to reduce its carbon footprint. Yeah, we're doing a lot of work on that. I'll be talking about some of that in the next motion. With our Millie project, for example, we've saved 6,500 tonnes of carbon. And then the Law Commission talking about the change in attitude of the law. I'm fully aware of that, as all of us on the pension committee or pension board or whatever it is that we serve these days. So I got there, and then it talks. So I thought we were going down a certain route, and the next sentence brings us back from that brink, where it recognises the fact that there's a fiduciary duty on the pensions board, and there's a risk if we go too far down one road. So then we stopped on that section, and we moved on to the council recognised all the other people that are doing good things. Bristol Council's investment policy. Well, this council doesn't really have much money to invest. This council has a very short-term investments, basically as a part of cash flow obligations. So we don't, and that is handled under our Treasury management strategy, and it's our primary duty to safeguard the financial interests of that. Or maybe they were talking about Bristol Council's pension policy. I don't know. It wasn't in there, so I was slightly confused. The Norwegian government coming out of fuel investment, and then of course there's the We Mean Business Coalition's aims. And I've got to be honest, I've never heard of them. I've never heard of them, I don't know what they do, so I started looking at them online to see what it was they do. And they did quite a lot of different things, one of which is the investing in reduction of carbon producing things. They did a lot of other things as well. A lot of people signed up in various different ways. But I did kind of think, why am I doing the work for the person proposing the motion? Here I am having to run off of A, B and C to actually find out what they're talking about. Now we have the council has got to note the University of Cambridge is looking at money in its endowments fund. And why? Why are they doing that? How does that impact on us? And we have an explanation that, well, not an explanation, we therefore jump, that we should join in somehow with the university looking at their endowments fund, and yet I don't understand why. I haven't got head nor tail from earlier on from all the mismatched pieces of information as to why we're doing that. We heard in the explanation, the briefing or the introduction, this is all about reducing carbon footprint, but We Mean Business Coalition's aims is far more extensive than just one policy. So it doesn't really cover it in there. I have to say that I'm disappointed by the amendment, because when I look at the amendment, it says that the pension fund has efforts to promote ethical investment. We don't, as a pension fund, actually go out to promote ethical investment. Our primary duty by law is to the funds and the management of the fund. We can have that in the background, and we're allowed by law now to actually consider it, but we don't actually deliberately set out to promote ethical investment. The last people I know that did that was the Co-op Bank. And then, apart from not understanding half of this, we're now asked to form a cross-party member group to actually look into the We Mean Business Coalition to see what we can join up with, because it wasn't explained in here, and I couldn't get my head around it anyway, which is totally unconnected with actually placing obligations on the pension fund or joining in with Cambridge University. So one of the main reasons I can't support this is I found it too confusing to actually get my head around the benefits to this council. And the second reason I can't support this is it actually, somewhere in there, is hoping to influence the Pension Fund Committee in a certain direction. Now, those of us who sit on the Pension Fund Board and Committee are fully aware of our responsibilities and where we can stretch our limits to. And I invite anyone that keeps trying to steer us on the outside to come and sit in the meetings and go to the training and try and understand that, and not somehow suggest that it would be better run by listening to outside bodies. We have internal advisors, we have external advisors, we have 6 training programs a year, we have people from the county council, the district councils, Unison, and we don't all have a united view on everything. So why we'd want another body to actually influence our way of thinking, which may be at odds to the money that we pay, hard-earned public purse money, to actually get the best advice we can, I can't understand that. So for all those reasons, I'm sorry, but I cannot go along with this.
Thank you. Nobody else has indicated to speak. Oh, Councillor Shellens.
Thank you, Chair. It is quite clear to us all that there are decisions that need to be made in this very complicated area. And as Councillor Count will know, I have sat through a number of meetings of the investment panel on the Pensions Committee. But this motion does not require us at this stage to make any investment decisions or not investment decisions. It's simply saying, or to me, it is saying, do you want to get information or do you want to stay ignorant? And I vote for getting the information.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Just on the technical side and looking at the briefing note, we do need to be careful of the law of unintended consequences. I can remember when carbon-free generation of electricity first hit the headlines, and on the district council at that time, we had applications for UV panels on large areas of fenland, agricultural grade 1 land, and because of the feed-in tariffs and the power network at that particular time, this was a much better way of making a profit out of the land than farming it. What actually happened was that the internal drainage boards could no longer charge drainage rates on that particular piece of land, and that particular area was 16 hectares, which was quite a considerable sum of money, which then had to be levied onto the district council simply because we were all going for carbon-free power generation. So there was a considerable amount, apart from the loss of grade 1 agricultural land, which we may need in the future. So always be very, very careful in terms of trying to influence the way we're going on this, because sometimes this can actually rebound upon us. And I've read the briefing note carefully, and the problems with the power networks are well explained there because they weren't designed to take feed-in tariffs from other means of generation.
Councillor Mason, can I interrupt just to remark that I think you've jumped ahead by one on the agenda. At the moment, Councillor Manning is proposing a number of changes to our investment policy.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, Chairman.
That's all right, but you have given us an alert as to how you feel. And I know that the combination of drainage and energy production combines two of your chief interests, does it not, Councillor Mason? That's why you couldn't wait. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Members, Councillor Bullen, you're up next. We're on Councillor Manning's motion still.
Thank you, Chairman. So we've finished with this morning's business now.
Moving on.
As much as it pains me, I'm in full agreement with Councillor Count on this one. The only saving grace in that is to know that he has as much lack of intelligence as I do, because I didn't understand it completely either. However, what I can't understand is the group on the right do have a member on the Pension Fund Committee, and why wasn't this not discussed at that committee in the first place? Because the committee does not just consist of members of this council, there are others involved. And I do not feel that we can dictate the way we're going to go, and because of those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I have nobody else indicating that they wish to speak. Councillor Cairns, you reserved your right to speak.
The world is changing, both the climate and indeed the financial world as well, perhaps one more quickly than the other. The Financial Times over this summer has concerned itself considerably with the divestment issues, and some of its experts have concluded that any pension fund that isn't looking at divestment will not be attractive in the future. And as I've said in this council before, and I will continue to say, we have the opportunity, and I think the responsibility, to be driving this forward. Councillor Sales has said that we mustn't overstate the influence of this county council. We mustn't underestimate the opportunity that we have as elected members as well. I'm disappointed, but unfortunately not surprised to hear Councillor Count's point. I think that this is a complex issue. There could be an opportunity, as Councillor Shellens has said, to gain the information, to look at it collectively as councillors. This council is in a crisis. We are indeed investing a lot in renewable energy. I think it would send a very strong message to the world that is watching, and to join other councils over this summer that have looked and said we should be on the side of divestment. We should look at whether it is responsible for us in the 21st century to continue to invest the future capital of this country in a technology that is failing and causing this council problems. I would therefore ask, for those reasons and others, for us to take this opportunity to look into this more fully and to take the opportunity to have a responsible attitude to our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cairns. Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try and sum up from the contributions that were made. First of all, Chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Count, because I think, although I'm obviously not going to disagree with the point, not going to agree with the points he made, he did at least come up with what I thought was a thoughtful response and an explanation of how he felt about this motion and why he felt he couldn't support it. I'm sorry I've confused him. At least I hope he found the We Mean Business Coalition's website interesting, and as he looked it up. And I think Councillor Shellens, I think, made just the only point here. Why would we want to not get more information? Why would we not want to get more help? Why would we not want to have world-leading academic experts look into something on our behalf and come back with suggestions that we could then ignore if we disagree with them? The suggestions could even be, to take up Councillor Mason's point, the evidence could show that it's a bad idea. That could be the output of the university study, that we shouldn't do it, because Councillor Mason's example, I know is relevant to the next motion, could be one that actually, up and down the country, when it's happened, has always been the case, i.e. it's always gone wrong. It could also be an isolated example where it's gone wrong, and up and down the country, that same thing could work really well. And Councillor Bullen's point about dictating, the motion is not dictating to the pension fund to do anything. It is simply asking our chief executive or our new chief executive to write to the university. So, and I feel we've come quite a way in this council in a way on climate change, politically, because we're not at least standing here having a debate about whether climate change is happening, which is something, I guess. Thank goodness for small mercies. But I don't think we've come a long way when we're still not actively as a council looking to work with one of our greatest assets, the University of Cambridge, and work with them to get their help for free to give us some information and some evidence. So I'm very disappointed. It seems that this motion is not going to get support, but I think we've made a few baby steps, so maybe in another, 40 years or so, if we've still got a planet left, we might be able to get a few more baby steps. So please support the motion. Be consensual. Be nice politics.
Thank you, Councillor Manning. Well, I think on this occasion we'll move to a vote. Councillor Giles, the proposer has...
No, point of order, Chairman.
Point of order, if you'd like to stand and make...
clarification. The motion appears to be in two different parts, or two parts. I mean, I don't really agree with one part, but not the other. I mean, are these going to be taken separately or together?
I'm afraid not. It's all as one. Perhaps next time it'll be split, but not on this occasion. Thank you, though, Councillor Giles. Right, Mrs. Rowe, perhaps you could take us through a vote, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 20 votes in favour, 34 against and 3 abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Netzinger, could you move and speak to your motion as set out on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda, please?
Do you want me to move and speak, or do you want a seconder?
Well, why don't you move first, then I'll call for a seconder, and then the world will be your oyster.
I would like to move the motion as set out.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I believe I do. John Williams.
Councillor Williams.
Yes, I second, and I'd like to speak as soon as possible after.
Right. Councillor Netzinger, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have brought this motion to the Council today to raise awareness of what has been a hidden issue, and it's one that I was not aware of until quite recently. But it's an issue about which I feel it's crucially important for an area with the level of growth that Cambridgeshire is currently experiencing. As the excellent briefing note makes clear, the electricity grid around Cambridge in particular, and increasingly in other areas of Cambridgeshire and the South East, is reaching capacity. This is affecting the ability of organisations who wish to generate electricity. Organisations large and small are being prevented from taking forward micro-generation schemes by the inability of UK Power Networks, the distributor for this area, to guarantee that there will be capacity for them to feed into the national grid. UK Power Networks are themselves unable to tackle this issue by a regulation, because of a regulation framework which prevents them from putting in place proper forward planning in their ability to upgrade the grid. Given the recent reductions in feed-in tariffs, there is a serious danger that additional costs in installing new microgeneration capacity will lead to many potential new projects proving uneconomic. The programme of fitting solar panels to school roofs has been a major success for this council. The schools gain, benefiting from cheap electricity and from the feed-in tariff money when the panels produce surpluses, for example, during August. This council benefits as the schools pay interest rates on loans, and the environment benefits as there is a small increase in the amount of renewable energy produced. It really is a win-win for everybody. It would be very sad if such projects were not, projects such as the panels for Milton Road School and other projects are prevented from taking place because of a lack of capacity to feed into the national grid. I hope this motion requires no costs to this council. It is simply about raising awareness in central government particularly, but also in the rest of the county, about what could become a really serious issue for this county. So I hope very much there will be widespread support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, as I say, as the briefing note explains, the National Grid is responsible for the bulk of transmission of electricity in the United Kingdom. It owns and maintains the high voltage electricity transmission system in England and Wales, together with the operating system across Great Britain, balancing power with demand on a minute-by-minute basis. But the local grid associated with housing and general light industrial developments and the distribution of electricity generated by micro, renewable and low-carbon technologies is undertaken by the local distribution network operator. And for Cambridgeshire, this is UK Power Networks. Now, to support their local plans, Cambridge City Council and South Cambs District Council commissioned a study into infrastructure delivery, including electricity. And for this, UK Power Networks supplied information on rough load estimates to 2031. Based on existing capacity and predicted load estimates, UK Power Networks identified a series of infrastructure improvements to the local grid that would be required to address future growth levels in the Greater Cambridge region. Where possible, UK Power Networks provided initial estimates of the cost of these schemes. The total cost for the region that could be estimated reached over £100 million. Indeed, Fulbourn alone needs £15.5 million spent on upgrading its local electricity grid. The council study warns that a key issue when it comes to the identification, funding and delivery of electricity infrastructure is the statutory and regulatory requirement on distributors, I quote, to provide a supply where it is economic to do so. Conversely, this implies that they have no obligation to provide a supply where this would be uneconomic. The study goes on to say that there is an active debate between the regulator and distributors about what is considered economic in these circumstances. This lack of clear direction could act as a disincentive to distributors to provide a supply in any instance in which there is no proven end-user demand, such as an allocation of land for development in advance of a developer or the distribution of micro-generated electricity to local grid. UK Power Networks told the study authors that some of the upgrade work required in the Greater Cambridge region may be carried out solely by itself, but some may require part or full funding by other parties. Importantly, UK Power Network also identified that reinforcements carried out at one substation may impact on the overall requirements for improvements at other substations. In my division, I've already had a taste of what may come when my local communities had to put up with over 7 miles of roadworks along country roads and residential streets for 6 months for the Great Wilbraham Solar Farm to enable it to deliver its electricity to the nearest substation with sufficient capacity, which happened to be at Cherry Hinton. And incidentally, we're still in dispute over their shoddy reinstatement work. Timely infrastructure for the distribution of electricity, both for generation and consumption, is vital to this region. This motion underpins this imperative by reminding the Secretary of State to ensure that the distribution network operator has the capacity to meet demand as and when required, and we are not faced with stifled growth of local clean green energy production because of underinvestment in our local electricity grid.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Shooter.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I have to say I thoroughly support this motion. I think it's absolutely right that it should be brought forward. I believe it is a much more immediate problem, actually, than this motion is really stating. I'm well aware of the problems that there have been around Fulbourn with the Wilbraham site. I'm also aware of some of the issues that we have with the Millie project and will continue to have with the fact that the grid just can't cope. I'm also aware of local businesses that have been discussing together whether they could form a consortium to build a private grid in the east of England because the need is so immediate. And for an area that is based or is becoming based on new technology, clean tech technology, power generation, we really need to address this in our area. I'm sure they need to address it all over the country, but it's particularly relevant in the east of England. So I urge everybody to support this motion, and I hope the message goes out really strongly to Parliament that we need a solution to this and we need it quickly. Otherwise, the lights may go off.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's my comments are more of a question, really, I suppose, than a statement. I noticed that in the sort of briefing part of this motion, there's reference to small micro-generation schemes, which most people, I believe I've spoken to, would support, you know, like schools and domestic houses and things of that type. But then it goes on to being that the letter from the leader of the council makes no mention of micro schemes. And I'm just a little bit worried that we're being talked about micro schemes in the first part, but the actual letter and the action part doesn't refer to micro schemes. And it seems to me, and I want some assurance from the proposer if I can, that does this make it any easier to put wind farms up on in this county? Because by reading the proposed letter, it seems to me that's opening the way for wind farms. And I would need to be advised that we were supporting micro-generation schemes, not wind farms, before I make my decision.
Thank you. I'm sure that Councillor Netzinger will address that in due course. Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Shooter has started the ball rolling. Millie has been very successful. We all know that. We know it was very successful at Milton and it's been successful in other schools throughout the county. I am not unsighted to this issue already. There is a paper coming to Spokes, and I would invite the proposer and the seconder, if they wish to attend that particular Spokes meeting, which will be on the 10th of next month. I've forgotten to write down the time, so I assume it will be the usual time, but it's around about 10 o'clock. So there will be a paper coming on just this issue. I will be supporting this motion as it goes forward. I think we do need to address it. This is a growth area. We have got a lot of developments. We need to ensure that we actually engage with all utilities and not just the power companies, but also with water and other issues as well. And I think that this actually is a step in the right direction and we should support it. Thank you.
Councillor Shooter, did you want to make
a point of order, Chairman? Yes, the meeting's actually at 2:30.
Yes. Still, if they were there at 10, they'd have plenty of time for getting on with stuff. Councillor Bullen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's nice to see that we appear to be moving back towards the consensual part of the afternoon, and I very much support this. As you know, it is my party's policy to encourage microgeneration, and the state of the grid at the moment is one of the problems stopping that happening. I'm not sure that we're actually going to get much done by the letter, but it certainly won't do any harm to let government know the way we feel, and yes, I certainly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes, we thoroughly support this motion as well, because not just for the reasons mentioned as specific local reasons, but also I think in the light of the previous motion, which to me is very disappointing that wasn't passed, because members are probably aware that at the end of November, the United Nations has convened a meeting of as many countries from around the planet to discuss climate change, and they're looking for nations to sign up to help reduce carbon emissions so that the temperature level will not reach growth of 2 degrees centigrade, because as we know, the results of climate change are going to be disastrous for this planet. And I see, for instance, as you know, sea levels will rise, food production will be destroyed in many parts of the world, and also water issues will affect many parts of the planet. I think we all know about this. That's why I can't understand why that first motion was rejected. The second motion here, it's all part of the same, I just say, narrative of what's happening to us. And there's a very good point made by a colleague here about the power that we as democratically elected bodies still have in this world, which is more and more dominated by large corporations. We can see how you cannot trust the large corporations when you look at the activities of Volkswagen and what their vehicles are doing to our planet. So there is a large message coming from this chamber here today, and this second motion is a major contribution for us to do a positive thing about climate change. One addition I'd like to sort of suggest is that there's a mention of the redesign of the grid. We've all been brought up with pylons across our landscapes. There is a move now across the UK, and I think recently there's been a couple of counties in the West Country have actually started putting their overhead cables underground. I hope that when we move to extending the grid in our area, that the extended cables will actually be put underground so that our wonderful landscape will not be disturbed by the unsightliness of pylons. As for wind farms, I think they're more aesthetically pleasing, but that's a matter of taste.
Luckily, we're not going to get into that. Now, I have no other members who've indicated that they wish to speak. So, Councillor Netzinger, if you'd like to conclude the debate, please.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for all the support that there is around the Chamber and pleased that so many people believe that this is a serious issue, and I do think it's something that we need to tackle. I would like to reassure Councillor Hunt that this really is a motion about microgeneration and not about large wind farms. Much though I might like large wind farms, that is not what this is about. Large schemes such as the Wilbraham scheme that John referred to can afford the costs of trailing cables across 7 miles in order to find the nearest station which can take the power. It's the small schemes that can't. So this really is about microgeneration, but it's also about the needs of the infrastructure that we need for the 21st century. Our national grid was built in a time where there were a small number of very large power stations supplying energy to lots and lots of small users. And my view is that in the 21st century, we will have a very different electricity generation system with many small providers providing energy into our system, some of which will be solar panels on the roofs of schools. But there are other projects. There was a lot of discussion about having a combined heat and power plant on the new Northwest development in between John and my divisions. Things like that, we need to have the capacity for those schemes to come online in order to secure our energy availability in the future and to have energy supply which is not dependent on very volatile gas and oil prices from Russia and other places. So I think this is really important. It is about microgeneration, but it's also about the security of our energy supply, and I'm very grateful for the support around the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are you happy to take a vote by acclamation on this, or would you rather an electronic vote? Acclamation. In which case, are we all in favour of the motion? Good. Thank you very much. We move on to item 15, questions. 15A is questions on fire authority issues. This will be dealt with. Councillor Keynes? Oh, yes, lovely. Thank you. This will be dealt with in accordance with the guidelines agreed by Council. You have a summary of these in front on green paper. The report from the Fire Authority is included on the Council agenda, pages 241 to 244. Councillor Sir Peter Brown will very kindly respond to questions on behalf of the Fire Authority as Chairman. Other members of the Fire Authority are welcome to comment if they wish. May I have questions, please? Councillor Keynes.
Sir Peter, will you be...
If you'd like to address your question through the chair, please.
My question
this
to
chair, not that chair.
My question to Sir Peter is,
Sorry, please
my
continue.
question to Sir Peter is, will he be requesting that the leader of this council contributes to the current consultation on the merits or otherwise of the Fire Authority joining with the Police and Crime Commissioner's powers in the future?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman. As you all know, there is a government consultation that's out at the moment, which has been signed off by the Secretary of State for Health, the Fire Minister, and I can't think of the other one. Anyway, the ambulance service as well. So what we've got at the moment, we have a national consultation which has gone out to all fire authorities. In Peterborough and Cambridgeshire, we have sent that consultation to every employee, and I'm presuming that Councillor Count, in his position as leader, has also seen a copy of that consultation. But if he hasn't, I'm happy to let him have a copy and happy to look at the question that you've answered, Councillor Keynes.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Shellens.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to Sir Peter is, does he share with me the view that given the closer collaboration which is in advanced discussion between the Fire Authority and the ambulance service over first responder, does he agree with me that it would make more sense for any collaboration, any cementing of relationships to be with that authority or even the health authority than with the police service with whom the Fire Authority has fewer direct connections?
Sir Peter.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Shellens, for your question. I think before I answer the question, I would just like to pay tribute to you again. You're getting all the thanks today. I don't know why. But as your membership of the Fire Authority is coming to an end shortly, we'll greatly miss your contributions and everything that you put forward. The question is about collaboration with the ambulance service. And it's something that we discussed at the Joint Consultative Committee with the trade unions the other day. For some reason, the FBU aren't keen, but I think they recognise that their positions are a bit insecure at the moment, and they're going to go back to look at it. Certainly, I take the view that we should collaborate much more with the ambulance service than we can with the police. I think the things are there to look at and to make it work. My view on the joining up with the police service is well known. I'm not in favour of it at all. I don't think the skill set is the same. The fire brigade is for fire. I don't think the police should be for fire or anything like it. So I don't think they've got the skills. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But I do feel that because the consultation has been signed off by 3 government ministers in the cabinet, that it looks as though, unless there's a rearguard fight, it may be a done deal. But never mind, what we'll do is we'll go to the LGA under its new leadership and try and get some support for our views.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? No? In which case we move on to 15B, which is oral questions under Council Procedure 9.1. This will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol agreed by the Chairman, Council and political group leaders in consultation with the monitoring officer. Could I remind members that questions which could be asked on other items on the Council agenda should not be asked as oral questions? So this is exciting. The first lucky member is Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the Chairman of the Health Committee, Councillor Jenkins. Following the recent inspector's report on the Addenbrooks and Rosie, what plans are proposed for discussion on this serious matter within the Health Committee?
Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you for the question, Ian, and thanks for the advance notice. And yes, this is serious, very, very serious. So I've prepared a text, and I'll read from it, if I may. Before I do respond to the question, let me just give a little background. The Care Quality Commission, CQC, conducted a regular inspection of Cambridge University Hospitals Trust, I'll refer to that as Addenbrooks, earlier this year. The inspection resulted in the CQC declaring Addenbrooks overall as inadequate, and so the hospital has been placed in special measures. The outcome of the inspection was presented at an NHS Quality Summit in September. During its presentation, the CQC made it clear that, although the judgment was clear and appropriate, the compassionate care given by staff was rated as outstanding, and there were several examples of clinical excellence at the hospital. Addenbrooks is no mid-staffs, and it's only the change in the inspection regime which has resulted in the 2 hospitals having the same rating. The CQC highlighted staff shortage, the impact of the EPIC computer system implementation, a disconnect between operations and the board, and poor medicines management. It's also worth noting, though, that the hospital was rated good on all services for children and young people. With respect to this Council's response, I'm sure you appreciate that it has no executive authority where NHS trusts are concerned, although through the NHS scrutiny role of the Health Committee, it can challenge and show leadership. That's what we've done. Shortly after the announcement, the Director of Public Health and I met to consider it. Our main concern was that the health sector at large in Cambridgeshire, the CCG, other trusts and ourselves should recognise that the Addenbrooks problem was our problem, and that we should all be working together to address it, with a view to Addenbrooke's coming out of special measures as soon as possible. We are satisfied that that is the case. The local NHS chief executives meet regularly, and Addenbrooke's is a part of the discussions at their meetings. The common attitude was summed up by the CCG press release after the announcement, in which it noted the strong negatives of the CQC judgment, but at the same time highlighted Addenbrooke's strengths. Furthermore, we've been talking to key contacts to ensure that they share this attitude. I've met the chairs of 2 of the trusts, including Addenbrooke's itself, and will shortly be meeting with the chair of the CCG. And finally, as a part of its regular programme of scrutiny, the Health Committee will be scrutinising the CQC judgment and Addenbrooke's response to it in November. This will be attended by the CQC, Addenbrooke's and the CCG. Members, of course, are welcome to attend the scrutiny meeting and to ask questions, but we have found on the committee that it is most productive if we send the questions to them in advance, and we will be compiling a list to send off to them on Friday.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. As it is a matter of such considerable public interest, I allowed you considerable leeway over your 2 minutes. Councillor Bates. Supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can I have the assurance of the Chairman of the committee that the committee will constantly monitor this situation as it develops and goes forwards? I'd be interested to know, and I think other members will also be interested to know, the date of when you're meeting next month, certainly, and that I think could be of interest to quite a few members, and certainly I would certainly, if I'm available, I would certainly wish to come.
Too right, Ian, we will, and Councillor Shooter will no doubt tell us the date of the meeting now. It's November the 5th, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. How appropriate. And this is not a prepared statement, but Addenbrooke's is a big hospital. It's a world-scale hospital, and in many respects it's world-class. And we talked this morning about the quality of care that Councillor van der Kerkhoff is getting in the cancer area. It is the highest quality in its treatment of cancer care. The Rosie has been subject to some criticism. The Rosie is one of the strongest brands in maternity care in the country. People want to go there to give birth. It is close to our hearts, that hospital. It is both a world-class hospital, a world-class teaching centre, and a district general hospital, so we need to support it. Its problems are certainly partly internal. Took its eyes off the ball, tried to do too many things. I think that mismatch between governance and operations is pretty darn serious. And they've been evidenced by the CSC, and we'll be pinning them down on getting those things improved. But, you know, they do have external issues. We know about our funding problems. They've got funding problems. And they've got a demand problem. A hospital starts to run into problems when they run at 85% capacity and above. Addenbrooke's consistently runs at 100% capacity. It's not surprising. So they need all our support. We do know that the CCG has got a programme of transformation. And that programme of transformation should look at ways of trying to get people to get treatment in a different way and put less demand on A&E. The preventative agenda is so important, which is why, political note coming up, it was so sad to see the public health grant being chopped mid-year. But Addenbrooke's is a big problem, but it's our problem, and they will get out of it. And yes, we will stay on top of it here.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Thank you, Councillor Bates, for your question. The next question is from Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to put my normal question to Councillor Bates, asking for a date, but I wonder if it would be better placed with Councillor Shooter today. I really do have to raise this major issue again about. It's not only about St Neots and Little Paxton. The fact that we haven't got a transport plan in the St Neots area. Affects Buckden, Papworth, Cambourne, Gamlingay, areas of South Cambs, parts of Bedfordshire and the whole of South Huntingdonshire. I mean, a few months ago now, we had a response to the Huntingdonshire District local plan, and the county's response was that we would be preparing a St Neots Market Town transport strategy, and we welcomed that being included in the local plan. Since that time, I've been told it's next on the list. We're waiting for district council. It's got to be done with the town plan. And most recently that the town council would in some way be expected to do an unlawful derogation of its authority to district and county to get this plan underway. Was I surprised to discover only last week that officers were told months ago that that there was to be no work on a plan at all for St Neots? I'd like to know from Councillor Bates, as Chairman of the Economy and Environment Committee, when were local members to be informed of this? When were the Economy and Environment Committee members to be informed of this? The GPC, councillors here. And on what authority has the decision been made not to carry out a St Neots Market Town transport strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I perhaps suggest a way forward? Perhaps can I suggest that Councillor Chapman and myself meet with appropriate officers to discuss this matter outside of the chamber?
Councillor Chapman, do you have a supplementary? Thank you. Next question, Councillor Jenkins.
Councillor Bates. And apologies for those from the north of the county. This is a Cambridge-centred question.
In under 2 minutes, I imagine.
Yeah, okay. When did it get devalued? It always used to be 3 minutes.
It's ticking away.
Okay. Stop the clock. Ian Ecom, when I was a member, I got an item on the agenda about congestion in Cambridge, which is coming up in November. Anecdotal observations by all of us tell us that it's getting worse. Stagecoach confirms they can't run their buses on time because it's getting worse. Kids can't get to school on time because their buses are delayed, and that's a serious problem, and it's particularly distressing for people in their first year. What is this county council doing to monitor this situation and to do its best to alleviate it, at least in the short term? And the answer to the question is not the city deal.
Councillor Bates. Surely it is always the city deal. Please, Councillor Bates.
It must be my day. It must be my day. Let's start with thank you for the advance notice of the question. As lots of members will realise, there is a lot of work happening, particularly in Hills Road, particularly in Huntingdon Road, with the cycling project. And inevitably, that does cause delays and that does cause problems. But remember that the contractor doesn't start work at 8 o'clock in the morning. They actually are working and starting later in the day to get past the peak times. I'm conscious of, obviously, of things of Madingley Road and Hills Road Junction around the NIAB site on both sides of those key routes into the city. They are very strategic and they are important. You can't actually develop those sites without having some disruption, and we are delivering a lot of houses on that site, a lot of with the university research, which is also going on there, and steward accommodation. As you well know, you said don't mention the city deal, but I'm afraid I can't not mention the city deal because it is actually all wrapped up with the city deal and the work which is coming forward. The Assembly and the Board, I think, are totally aware of the issue of congestion and the delays of work, but there are some strategic stuff coming forward, as was at the Assembly recently, which is about projects coming forward on Histon Road and Milton Road, which have and will not be easy to deliver. But there are also other suggestions in respect of the 428 and what might happen actually from Cambourne into Cambridge, and that has impact further afield as well. I think it would be useful, perhaps in bearing in mind some of the work which is going on around this area, that perhaps I ask the officers to give us an update about when that work is liable to finish, but particularly around the Huntingdon Road, Madingley Road and the cycleways. They are due to finish, the cycle projects are due to finish shortly, and yes, autumn is hopefully approaching us, but I will get an update for all members, because I think it is important for lots of people who come into the town and come into the city on a frequent basis to answer that. So there are projects happening. We all know about the funding issues through the city deal, and it is obviously, it is not going to happen overnight, and that actually needs detailed planning, detailed consultation with residents, both inside the city and outside the city.
Thank you, Councillor Bates. Councillor Jenkins, do you have a supplementary for which you have a minute?
Yes, of course. And I'm far more parochial than to worry about the A428. That's somebody else's road. I am concerned about Hills Road and the Station Road Junction, though, and there are roadworks there, and they are going on forever. And even though the work of the contractor does not start till 9:30, there is some sort of effect of the existence of these signs on the side of the road on slowing traffic down. And this is resulting in children on buses turning up late for their schools. And that's bad news for them. Practically speaking, we can't wait for the city deal for this year. Why don't we send some officers down in the morning and see, is the traffic being slowed down, or is it flowing through as it's supposed to do so? Can we do that, please?
Councillor Bates.
I will certainly discuss that with Mr Hughes about how we monitor that and how we are progressing those particular works, and I will discuss him. Happy for Councillor Jenkins to join us if he wishes.
Thank you very much. I'm sure he'll be delighted. I should just remark that the works on Madingley Road, I mean, I remember when dinosaurs marched back and forth around those bollards. Councillor Mason.
This is a question for Councillor Bates, or perhaps and/or Councillor Count. In view of the recent public statement concerning the Cambridgeshire guided busway defects and the 6-month delay to court action, and bearing in mind the auditor's comments with regard to asset valuations, will Councillor Bates state what steps are being taken to 1, update the corporate risk register, and 2, revalue the busway asset in terms of asset life and current depreciation?
Thank you, Councillor Mason, for your 2 questions. Councillor Bates.
Thank you. Kindly, Councillor Mason wrote it out for me at lunch. So thank you for that. Let me try to address the 2 questions. Let's start with the risk register. The risk register does come to the E&E committees. It goes to all the committees. It is obviously constantly updated, and we take account of all foreseeable eventualities. So to reassure members, we do update, we do look at, and that's a constant programme, and it will get updated at the appropriate time. With regard to the delays, there are no delays, okay, because we are discussing jointly with the contractor about the way forward. That has been negotiated. It's not a them and us approach. We're actually trying to work much more constructively with the contractor, and therefore any revaluation of the bus lane, the busway and the assets will be determined at a later date.
Thank you. Supplementary, Councillor Mason.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My concern, as always, is in the intermediate period, we are still carrying out repairs as necessary, and my supplementary is basically how are we funding the repair work and the inspection work, and which budget is being used?
I think that would be appropriate that I get a written answer. I don't have that information to hand at this precise moment, so I think I will get that as a written answer about the costings of those issues.
Thank you, Councillor Bates. Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to Councillor Hickford. On several occasions throughout the last year, I've been informed by Highways that the policy has changed, or the policy is being reviewed. For example, the depth of when a pothole is not a pothole seems to be getting deeper. Another example is overhanging foliage on the highway. When can this be trimmed? And when can it not be trimmed? Who is responsible for the safe passage of cyclists and pedestrians? Yet another example is a request and approved funding for a scheme to help residents of Longsands Road Estate in St Neots with their traffic problems. A similar scheme has been in place around Huntingdon Railway Station for several years, but now we are told there's been a change of policy. So my question is, when a changes to policies decided, who decides these changes? Is there any member consultation and involvement? And if not, do you not think that there should be, so that members can have views taken into consideration and be aware of the new up-to-date policies? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chairman. It's decided with HNCI through the Highways Asset Management Plan, done annually. But you're right, spokes should have more input. And I've asked officers, and instead of it coming to committee and the spokes just before committee, I've asked for it to come as a yearly thing so that spokes can look at it a year ahead and consultate with groups and come down. I think you're absolutely right.
Thank you. Councillor Giles, do you have a supplementary question? Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Cairns. Councillor Cairns? No question? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. A question for Roger Hickford, or Councillor Hickford, I should say. And I have notified of this question earlier, but I've been sitting and watching with trepidation as the streetline saga has gone around the county, and it's finally my turn. Some town council received a letter some years ago. There is some argument over the date. Councillor Hickford believes it might be 2010. I believe it was 2013, but it was certainly a letter from an officer at this county council on county council headed paper telling the town council in Soham that their heritage lights would be replaced like for like. When it comes to the crunch, of course, the heritage lights they've been told last night that the heritage lights will not be replaced like for like, and that they should put up with whatever lights come their way. I would like the Councillor Hickford to look into this for me, please, and I would like the council to stand by the promise that they made, rather than say, which is currently the sort of the word that's coming out of county, is that this particular officer was wrong and shouldn't have ever written the letter, which doesn't seem to be washing particularly with the town council, who had decided that although the heritage lights, because the heritage lights in the town centre were going to be replaced for like, they would invest some more money to put extra heritage lights across the town to improve the town. It's also been noted by the town council that their alma mater, or their what the town council in Soham see as the opposition, which is Ely, sadly, have had their heritage lights replaced. And woe betide this council if they do not give Soham what Ely has already been given. So I ask Councillor Hickford if he would, on my behalf, look into this matter for me.
Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair.
You look somewhat pained, but
Sorry?
I'm sure I said you do look somewhat pained.
Best job
Are you
in the
not
world.
enjoying street lighting?
I'm going to enjoy it, yes, because I know there's probably more hardship to come, actually. So I will enjoy this at the moment. Thank you, Chair. I do understand this was an officer mistake when that letter was written to Soham. When it's a heritage column, not a heritage column, it's when it's a standard column painted black. And that's what the officer misinterpreted on this occasion, it's my understanding. When you talk about Ely have had heritage columns for heritage columns because that was in the original contract, and that's why that has happened. The ones in Soham weren't. I understand in Soham there's 4 roads totaling 35 lights that will have standard columns painted black instead of the heritage. That's the situation at the moment. I have heard what you said, and I'll bring it up with officers on your behalf.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
So I appreciate that, Councillor Hickford. I'd just like to add as well to the council that there have been issues, of course, elsewhere within the town, as I'm sure everybody has had the same situation in their area. But the town council have said where the other issues are, that they'd be happy to pay
for the lights to remain where necessary. So this isn't a situation where the Town Council, and I'm certainly not a spokesman for them, but it's not a situation where the Town Council are hiding away from their responsibilities, but they feel that they should be treated as they have been told they would be treated.
Thank you. Councillor Eckford.
Just to say, Chairman, I do hear you, Councillor Palmer, and I will take up with officers.
Thank you for that. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Councillor Cant, the Leader of the Council. And you'll be pleased to know that it's not just a local ward issue today. It's a question which affects the city and also the county as a whole. Our visitor this morning reminded us of our duty to care not just for our own children but for everybody. And in that regard, I'd like to ask you if you can give us a brief update on how the County Council is responding to the needs of refugees who may be coming to Cambridgeshire. As we all know, David Cameron has offered to take 20,000 refugees over the next 5 years. While I, like many, deplore the paucity of that number, I'd still like you to assure us that the Council is doing what it can to work with other local authorities and government agencies and indeed voluntary organisations to make sure that if and when refugees do come to Cambridgeshire that they're welcomed and supported according to the services that we can provide, please. Thank you.
Councillor Cant.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Taylor, for advising me of the question at lunchtime. And I have been able to get an update from officers to give the correct position rather than the usual gobbledygook that comes out of my mouth. So here we go. Following discussions that have already been held at the Children's and Young People's Committee on the 8th of September, where this was raised, officers have liaised with the district and city councils to ensure that the necessary support to Syrian refugees who are settled in Cambridgeshire is available. The national focus has moved somewhat away from an original intention to prioritise the resettlement of orphans and other vulnerable children to now focus on the resettlement of families. Therefore, because of that, local preparate, we're getting ready. Local preparate, we are locally getting ready for that situation. In order to achieve... Thank you. There's no help for me, is there? In order to achieve that, we've started work. We're reviewing the availability of school places. We're also ensuring that there is Arabic as well as other language support available to schools and services. And we're reviewing the availability of appropriate social care and other support to families who have experienced trauma. And I think that is an important thing for us to consider when these people arrive in our communities. As more details of the circumstances and the needs of the families to be resettled in Cambridgeshire emerge, then services that the County Council is responsible for or can assist with will be put in place accordingly. I think it's worth noting that the Council is currently the corporate parent for 37 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and these include some young people who have travelled all the way from Syria.
Thank you, Councillor Cant. Councillor Taylor, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, thank you very much for your response. It's welcome news that so much is being done in preparation. I would like to point out that there has been a vast wave of support from the public on this issue, not just in Cambridge and Cambridgeshire, but all over the country. And some councillors on this side of the chamber have been involved in setting up a group in Cambridge. But it's much wider than just Cambridge. There's people from Histon, Milton, St Neots, Ramsey and March. In fact, it's notable that many of the communities that are the neediest themselves have been keen to help with running convoys, doing collections of clothes and vital supplies, etc. for refugees. So I would just ask if you can keep councillors and the public via councillors informed of what's going on, and please would officers let us know if there's any ways in which we can help with initiatives and communicate them to the wider public. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cant.
Yes, thank you for that. I know it's an issue that's of huge importance to an awful lot of people. It does occur to me that as the main impact of this at present will be through the CFI Directorate, primarily on the children and young people's impact at the moment. that whilst they're the lead on this at the moment, to hopefully through their committee and through the committee chair, keep everybody updated. And if that has a wider dispersal effect, or if I'm called in, then of course I'll be happy to do whatever I can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hickford.
Oh, Chair, sorry. I haven't had a chance to forewarn the Chair of Children and Young People, so I won't ask the question at this time. Thank you.
I'm sure they will be devastated. Are you sure you don't want to spring a surprise on them? Go on.
I'll save it.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
Chair, my question is to the Chair of the Highways and Community Infrastructure Committee, and it relates to lighting. The Keep Cambridge Bright campaign launched on Saturday the 3rd of October, and the campaigners, in talking with people in the street, discovered that 85% of those with whom they spoke had no idea that a switch off was planned, and one may anticipate that the same lack of information may well be out there in the rest of Cambridgeshire. So the concerns of residents are that, for example, at the South Area Committee last week, a note came from a council officer to say that there had already been a 3-month consultation and that the public consultation would begin at the end of this month. So the question is, how will the consultation be conducted? Is it simply to be online, or will there be a paper consultation because so many people can't get access to online consultation? And what dates will it run from to? And then secondly, what is the impact expected of the consultation? Because there is misinformation out there as to the people who do know there's a consultation, in the thought that this will affect whether the lights go on or go off or stay on. So how will they get clear information as to exactly what the consultation will be, from when it will run till when it will run, and what the impact of the consultation will be on the issue of switching off or dimming the lights in particular streets? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As far as I'm aware, you're absolutely right. The 3-month consultation with our partners has finished now, and those results are being analysed. 7 of our partners have taken up paying for street lamps, street lights, Chatteris, Wisbeach, Cottenham, Salisbury, Grantchester, Yaxley and Teversham so far. What will happen is the consultation for the public will be emailed out to spokes, because we don't have a spokes meeting until the 10th of November now. Be emailed out to spokes before the end of the month, and it's hoped that the consultation will be online, and I haven't heard about it being paper, but online for the end of the month, and it will be 4 to 6 weeks. The exact dates have not yet actually come out, and as far as what will happen with the results of that consultation is they will be analysed and fed into the process, just as all other consultations are.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, the supplementary question is, what will be done by the council if overwhelmingly there's a negative indication through the consultation to the lights going off at all, or the dimming of the lights, as one may anticipate, even if it's clear that the consultation is only about which streets? It might be anticipated that there will be an overwhelming negative response to the whole idea in itself. And if that's so, what does the council propose?
Sorry, what was the beginning of that one?
That even if it's made clear that the consultation, as I understand it, goes not to whether the lights will go on or stay off, or be dimmed or not dimmed, but it is, as I understand it, to the question of which lights in which streets will go off or be dimmed. However, one may anticipate that once the consultation goes forward, that people will make it clear that they don't want the lights off at all or dimmed. So if that's the case, what will the response of the council be?
Okay, thank you for indulging me on that one. Obviously, it depends upon how you ask the question. I'm sure there's several ways of asking whether you'd like street lights turned off or kept on. The default position of this council at this moment in time is street lights Those designated to be turned off will be turned off between 12 and 6, 12 at night and 6 in the morning. And if there is overwhelming support to keep the street lights on or turn them off, then that will go into the process and we as county councillors will decide. That's what we do.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Downs.
This is for Councillor Count. It's not a difficult question, so I haven't given you in advance. I think you'll agree with me that the expectations on councillors are increasing almost week by week as the world in which we operate is changing, and the demands on us are increasing, and our need to know what is happening is greater almost on a daily basis. And I'm thinking not just here within this county, but nationally as well. In the last few weeks, we've been receiving briefings on a daily basis from the LGIU, the Local Government Information Unit, and I found these very helpful, not least because they give us extracts from newspapers that I don't normally read. I won't specify which those are, but that's useful, and I found it been very helpful. That has ceased a few days ago, and I found out on inquiry that it isn't because we've stopped paying a subscription. We were never paying a subscription anyway. We had it on a free trial basis. And I simply want to put it to you that if some way could be found of either restoring that service or providing an alternative service, Mark, for example, Local Government Association produces, I think, a key issues summary from time to time, or possibly even daily. If it's possible for that to be circulated to all members, I think we might value it. So could you perhaps give consideration to that in the interest of keeping us all up to speed, not only with what's happening in our own county, but across the country?
Councillor Count.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Thank you, Chair. I'm well aware of the email that comes through all of our inboxes every day, LGIU, with a plethora of information on a multitude of subjects from various different sources. And as I scan that every day, I've found some of the agenda items quite useful just to flex my knowledge and see what's in there. I must say I haven't dove into probably any of them in depth, either because I'm picking up the information elsewhere or whatever. But as you quite rightly say, that wasn't arriving because we bought a service. That was arriving because it was a hook, and say, well, when it stops, perhaps you will consider buying it. And I think in these days of austerity, we can't go down the route of paying for things if we can find a reasonable alternative. I suppose in the old days, a reasonable alternative would be buy your own newspaper, go to the library and read the others. But I am aware that the LGA, as you've suggested, does do something along them lines. They have perhaps a daily briefing that Mark Lloyd perhaps gets or can get hold of that we could possibly disseminate more widely. I'm aware of another one. We get a Conservative daily briefing, but I'm not sure you'd be that interested in that. But yeah, I'll take that up as a serious note with Mark and see if there is a freely accessible rather than paid for service that would somehow go some way to replacing that.
Thank you. Councillor Downs, We now move on to written questions. A response to the one written question received has been provided to political groups before the meeting. Spare copies are available. So that concludes our business for today. May I thank you all for your contributions and wish you a very safe journey home. Good. Well, 10 to 3, that's not too shabby. No, I don't know why I'm handing it.